Do 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 All right, let's do this. Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome once again to another Bible study devotional, as well as BMX riding or BMX learning, and maybe a drawing stream if we have enough time. Or we're just trying to practice planting some seeds out, hopefully into the fields, or practicing trying to become better fishers of men, or even just practicing reading the Word of God, or maybe even just practicing meditating on all this stuff. I just want to lay it out there, like I say a lot of times. Please take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I don't know all of this stuff. That's why I'm doing these Bible studies, because a lot of these things that we get into, that's why I'm doing them. That's why I'm doing them in the first place. So hopefully we can learn a little bit more, and maybe we can, throughout the process of all of this, hopefully we can learn more about God's will, maybe how to seek God's will more in everything that we're doing, and so that's what we're gonna do. And I feel like we live in the day and age right now where we have the technology to go. to look up verses. It's insane that me included, anybody, there's many times where I don't remember the full scripture. I only remember like 4 or 3 words, and you type that in and you can find the scripture. Imagine back in the day where we didn't even have the ability to Google anything. I'd be like, well, you know what? I think there's a verse in there, and I'd just be sitting in the scriptures just trying to find it, right? And so it's very intriguing that we have the ability to look up commentaries and look up Bible studies and look up verses, and that we're even able to fellowship with believers all around via the internet right now, which is very, very strange, because I've been encountering more and more believers, I think just my age and younger, that they tell me they have trouble fellowshipping with believers. And I don't know if it's just an age thing. I think that's probably what it is. I think a lot of people may feel a little awkward going to certain Bible studies when everybody's your parents' age, and you kind of just go in there and I feel like there's a resistance of sometimes what our parents want us to do, and then what I guess their kids want to do. So, yeah. But I guess that's the cool thing about Twitch right now, not only just Twitch and YouTube and all these other platforms, is it does give us the ability to fellowship with all these different believers. And that's the other thing, right? Let's see. Someone said something already. Fufu loves chess. Come on down to the... I don't know if the price is right. I don't know if that's what I'd really be saying, right? I agree. They hate the truth. Well, I guess I wouldn't say maybe they hate the truth. Maybe I would say maybe maybe they've unintentionally been blinded by the devil, or Satan or something like that. Because I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know if you remember the verse, but there is some weird verse that says Satan has blinded the minds of unbelievers, which is a really strange thing to think about, right? And, But what we're going to get into today is we're going to get into the topic of God's timing. I feel like it's weird. I feel like this is such a big topic that I see in sermons. If you type in God's timing and put sermon at the end of it on YouTube, there are a bunch of sermons on this topic, right? But now that I think about it, I go, man, I haven't really even looked up too many. I think I've done one Bible study on it. I don't even remember it, right? And I'm wondering, do you guys have any verses that you remember about God's timing? For me personally, I think about anxiety Now, I don't know if everybody agrees with this, but there was this pastor in Long Beach, and he said that at times anxiety can be developed in the form of thinking too much in the future, right? Like if we just plan, sometimes if we just think way too much in the future, right, that eventually will sometimes give us anxiety, especially if what happens and what we plan for the future doesn't actually pan out, if it's just totally different, right? And sometimes I have heard some pastors say that sometimes being depressed is thinking too much about the past. And when I think about Matthew 6, about do not be anxious, take no thought for the morrow and stuff like that, sometimes it makes me think, well, not only just me, because I've heard other pastors say it, is that how can we live in the present moment and seek the kingdom of God, even in the present, even if we, maybe be going through some crazy trials and tribulations, is there even something that we can seek for, right? So we're going to place this down. I'm going to put some verses up on God's timing, and we're going to read some. Let's see here. Let me pull down the chat up in here. Oh, yes, I said the great points to the pastor, and he left them. 1 John 5:3, for this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous. Oh, wrong one? That's a good verse too, right? The other crazy thing, if you guys are out there, because I feel like I have heard people say that these Bible studies, well, not my Bible studies, but I have heard people say that they were thinking about doing Bible studies, but they think that it's intimidating. Well, I would probably agree with you too, because I feel like Bible studies can be very intimidating, especially if maybe you're filming it or something like that. But I think why I'm hearing some people think that they're intimidating is because you guys are looking at the Bible studies on YouTube. Now, shout outs to the guys that do the Bible studies on YouTube, but sometimes they have like this really nice equipment. They have like backdrops. They have like $1,000 cameras. They have like all the, the kind of glamorous stuff within technology and stuff. But the thing is that I will say it is harder on YouTube to do a Bible study, especially because there's the editing process involved. Now, you can just throw up a stream on YouTube, but if you do tend to see most videos, they edit things down, right? And I think that's what intimidates people, because imagine you do an entire Bible study and you go, oh man, I said something wrong, and then you have to, and then you don't really remember where you said something wrong or something like that. So you have to. It's almost like you have to keep re-listening to your video that you made, and sometimes that takes so much time. I mean, shout outs to anybody that edits anything on YouTube, or edits anything, man, because at first I didn't actually realize how much time it takes. Now, there are some editing techniques that I'm starting to pick up that makes the editing process much quicker. One is making highlights, one is writing down time segments. And the other one I'm starting to notice, especially from, Dan Corrigan and some of these skateboarders that vlog, but I don't know what, dude, there are so many skaters that are vlogging. Like, they do like a daily vlog now. It's crazy. I wish the BMX scene had a lot more like daily vlogger people, because I feel like just Scotty Kramer and a few other people maybe do. I can only think about Scotty at the moment. I know there's some other people, but the thing that I've been noticing is if you do it on a day-by-day basis, it makes it much easier to edit, because you go, okay, well, they just kind of have like this day deadline. Like, that is your deadline. One day is your deadline, right? And then you go, okay, well, what did you do in the beginning of the day, the middle of the day, the end of the day? And then they just edit it all in one go, right? The good, sometimes the bad, they just throw it all in there sometimes, right? That speeds up the editing process a lot, I've been noticing. But also, it's a lot of work to do that kind of stuff. Shout outs to I guess Brant Moore does, he kind of does like a vlog thing every day. Shout outs to that guy. Not many daily vlogger people in the BMX scene, I think, but there's a ton of them in the skating realm. Shout outs to the skating team, Pal Peralta, by the way. They almost have like this, it seems like they have this little, this team, like, dude, there's like so many skaters on their team that are doing like these vlogs every single day. It's actually gnarly, but now, I was kind of actually inspired by that in some degree, even to stream these right here. But not only that, I was really inspired by the devotionals that I was seeing on YouTube and stuff like that. I've been hearing people doing the devotionals. Bro, there is this one guy. He has done a devotional for like 15 years. It's insane, bro. Like every single day. And it's like, it's not a very long one. Sometimes they're like a minute. Sometimes they're like 20 minutes or something like that. But he does it every single day. And I'm just like, bro, like just seeing the consistency of being able to, and the cool thing about this guy, I don't remember what his name is. I think it's like, what's his name? It's like a plot. No, it's not. I don't remember. It's somebody on YouTube. There's not only him, there's a ton of other people that do it as well. But what's really cool is that he doesn't really care about the background. He doesn't really care if it's just mundane. What he really cares about is the word, and just seeing how he's able just to keep going for such a long period of time. Because I think that is kind of what trips me out about making certain videos too, because I'm like, oh, well, I gotta entertain people. I gotta like either do this, I gotta change it up or something like that. But when I see some of these guys who are just doing their devotionals, they're just like, oh, well, you know, we're just gonna try and focus on the word and, you know, just try and share the gospel. And I think that's really cool, right? Especially within the flatland realm too, because I have heard in the flatland realm that it can get, if you guys can't notice, this stuff can get a little mundane, because I'm literally riding in this little area right here. This little area sometimes out there, I can't anywhere else because I don't have the Wi-Fi. But because of that, it's like, how can we make this different? How can you break the monotony of just riding the same little area? Because it's so funny. It's like on the weekends I like to go to the skate park, and the skate park's like 50 minutes away from me, right? So I go over there, and it's almost like the complete opposite right here. Because when you go to the skate park, it's just like, dude, there are so many obstacles. It's almost like I'm spoiled when I go to the skate park, because it's almost overwhelming. There's like hundreds and hundreds of obstacles, where it's like, we're in here, it's just like I'm very limited, right? But anyway, I don't even know. I've totally rambled on. I apologize, everybody. But I'm going to read some of the chat up in here. Let's see here. You said, Bufu Chess, you say, Proverbs 3, 4 through 6. Ooh, I love these verses. Thou shalt find favor and good understanding in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Before that one, I love those verses, especially with Proverbs 3:6. I've been hearing those verses a lot of believers I've been hearing bring up those verses, and it's weird because it is strange to think, how can we acknowledge God in all of our ways, right? I don't even know if I'm doing that right, and it does make me think about Matthew 6:33, right? Matthew 6:33. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Matthew 6:33. And so that's the other thing, is like, I would like to think that I'm attempting to seek first the kingdom. Honestly, because of this verse, that's actually why I've been putting this Bible study. It sounds ridiculous, but because of Matthew 6:33, this is actually why I put the Bible study very, very first. Because it's actually kind of funny how I used to do these Bible studies. I actually tried to do these Bible studies after I rode my bike, or after I did the drawing, or after I did other stuff. But the thing is that what I started noticing is that many times, especially if I do something after I ride my bike, sometimes I'm like tired. If you guys can't tell, sometimes when I'm doing the drawing, I'm not as talkative. I don't have like this first spring of energy like I do in the beginning of the streams. And I'd like to think, hopefully, that I don't even know if I'm seeking first the kingdom of God, right? But I'd like to hope that we're trying to devote at least a little bit of our first, I don't know, what would it be, first fruits or something like that? First of something, I don't really know, right? But I'd like to think that's why we're trying to put it right in the front of it, right? So yeah. And the other thing is, sometimes I wonder, like, and not only because of Matthew 6:33 have I done that, it's also because many other believers do that, especially that stream. I know there's a bunch of people on Twitch. They do their Bible reading, or they'll even just share one verse. I mean, there's like this one guy, Paladin Knight, he reads a Got Questions commentary, gets into playing video games. There's the other guy, XXX Stops Here, that kind of inspired me to do it kind of like this. He'll do a Bible study and then just gets into working out, or he'll like cook a meal for his family or something like that, right? And it's just something I've been noticing. That's what a lot of believers actually do. That we try and peer into God's word and at least, devote a little bit, and then we try and get into other stuff, right? Which I think it actually is helpful because you have that little bit of energy. And so maybe I don't know, maybe is that kind of offering a first fruit? I really don't know, right? I'd like to maybe think it's a first fruit in some degree. And let's see here. This is the verse that you put in. Let's see here. John 3:20. For if our heart condemn us, God is greater than our heart and knoweth all things. Interesting. I've never done a study on that one. Oh yeah, since we're alone, there's a lady, she maybe be interested in me, although she's 29 and I'm 41. I've asked many people and they say it's okay, including a woman. So what do I think? I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't know. I'm the greatest person. I'd like to maybe think you should pray about it. Maybe look up if you have any doubts or concerns. I know there's been a lot of chicks I've been noticing doing devotionals on YouTube. There's weird devotionals of godly marriages or how to be more godly man. I don't know, but there's also, I think, some controversies at the moment within the spheres of certain, I guess, male to female kind of guidances within the body of Christ. Some people are straight up saying there needs to be more masculinity or something. I don't know, it's crazy stuff like that, I'm kind of just more let's just try and put God first, and I feel like I'm not qualified to really have too many. I guess maybe I do have a lot of opinions and stuff like that, but I just feel like I have so much more to learn. It's almost like a lot of this stuff is so much more outside of my realm of even attempting to fix anything. So I would like to just try and put my energy into learning more about what God might be revealing in his will or something like that, right? Because I know a lot of things I've been noticing, a lot of things that I do see on YouTube in terms of, I wouldn't say a lot of believers, but there are the minority of believers that, they say, oh, why is this going on? And why is this going on? And this is causing this, and this is causing this, and this is causing this. But then it's I feel like it's so vast and there's so many variables. It's how do you really change all of that stuff, right? Because I think sometimes if you really look down deep into it, it's kind of maybe a cultural, moral kind of consumer-based society that unfortunately we live in. And if you look deep down into why these companies are promoting certain things that I know some people do not like and stuff like this, if you really look deep down into it, it's probably because of money. It's probably because that's what consumers want. And that's the thing about when we live in a consumer-driven, market-driven society, like what a lot of marketers actually have said, at times people vote with their dollar and stuff like that. So sometimes you can almost, when we see a state of a civilization and see the state of what products people are buying, what companies are being successful, what companies are surviving throughout the course of all these things, you start taking an analysis of that, you can kind of start seeing some deeper things and stuff like that. So I don't know, but yeah. Do you think I'm right or wrong? I don't know, man. I'm not trying to, I don't know how to answer you on that. I'm gonna be flat out honest. I don't know, man. I say maybe just kind of be friends and just try and do your best and and seek first the kingdom of God. And I think I say, just do that, right? I don't know. I would also just look up. I feel like I don't know what else to tell you. I'm sorry, but I feel like if this is a very concerning issue for you, I'd look it up on YouTube. look up something, whatever your question is, and look up like Bible, look up Christian at the end of it, look up something like that, and just listen in to as many believers as you can, and maybe get a lay of the land of what a bunch of people say. Another thing I would maybe do, now I know you have to be a little bit more careful of what I'm going to say, something that you might be able to do is you can also go onto like some of these Christian forums, like say like even like there's like Our Christianity on like Reddit and stuff like that, Our Christianity, Our True Christian and Christians and stuff like that, and you can ask that question to them. I will say though, sometimes you have to take that with a gigantic grain of salt too, because the thing about the internet at the moment is that there's this level of, what is it, anonymity, I don't know what I would say it. It's basically people don't, at times when we're on the internet, people don't really reveal who they really are, right? So I have gotten responses on some of these forums and stuff like that, and they would confuse me, and then I look on their profile and I'm just like, who is this person? Like, is this person even a real? I can't even tell these guys fruits or whatever, and that's kind of a strange thing about taking responses on the internet at times, because sometimes somebody might just create a new profile, put an answer, might even be trolling you or something like that, and then you go and click on them and you go, what sort of fruit is this person bearing? Can I even tell the fruit of this individual? Does this person really even believe, right? And I'd say you got to be very careful and stuff like that as well. But also, but also on the other side, it's almost like the internet can somewhat be a double-edged sword at times. But also on the other side, I have gotten very great responses from believers, from pastors, from people that have gave some great advice. So that's something that you might want to look into, because many times I don't know how to answer many questions, especially that one, right? But anyway, let's read some of these verses on God's timing open here, and I need to plug this phone in because it's about to die. Let me plug this phone in. We're just going to read some of these verses right up in here. So I looked up God's timing, and we're going to read some of these verses. Ecclesiastes 3:1. For everything there is a season and a time for every matter under heaven. Now, what do you think about God's timing? Foo-foo. Because I feel like, God's timing goes with everything, right? Okay, let's keep reading some of these. Habakkuk 2:3. For still the vision awaits its appointed time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. That is a strange verse to put in there. Isaiah 40:31. This is a very famous one. This is why I started putting wings on some of these characters. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Psalms 27:14. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and let your heart take courage. Wait for the Lord. That one actually might be a good one for your predicament, right? We need to, that's a good one for everybody, right? We need to keep strong and have courage and continue to wait for the Lord. Here's some of the verses that you put in there. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him and he will make straight your paths. Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. Romans. My time is in your hand. Rescue me from the hand of my enemies and from my persecutors. Now that is actually very interesting that David wrote that. David wrote that within his psalm. My time is in your hand. It's almost like, imagine if God had his hand and you're just running around in his hand or something like that, right? That'd be pretty crazy. Okay, let's keep going. There's a lot of verses on here. Ecclesiastes 3:11. He made everything beautiful in its time. Also, he has put eternity into man's heart, yet so that he cannot find out what God has done from beginning to the end. 2 Peter 3:8. Do not overlook this one fact, beloved, that with the Lord 1 day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as 1 day. That is a strange verse right there. I have heard some people bring that up. Man. What other ones we got in here? Ecclesiastes 8:6. For there is a time and a way for everything, although man's troubles lies heavy on him. There's a lot of verses up in here. We're going to start reading a commentary here pretty soon. Lamentations 3:25 through 26. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul who seeks him. It is good that one should wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. Genesis 18:14. Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you. About this next time next year, and Sarah shall have a son. Alrighty, well, there's a bunch of other verses if you guys want to read them. You guys can just look it up. There's tons of verses, but right now we're going to read a commentary now. Let's see if we can find a commentary. So let's put in God's timing, commentary. God's timing, commentary. There has to be a ton of these right here. Huh. I'll read this one. Let's see here. I think we read one of these commentaries yet last week on Crosswalk. We're going to read this one. Crosswalk.com. Trusting God's Timing. This one by Greg Laurie, I think. Let's read this. And it has a little picture of a clock right here. Time. Okay, so let's read this. What is this going to say? Can you think of a time in your life when you acted impulsively and came to regret it? Maybe you bought a car on impulse and were sorry afterward. Maybe it was that contract you signed without reading it carefully. Maybe it was that business deal you entered into that you should have taken more time to consider. Whatever the decision may have been, you regretted it later. Now that's actually very interesting. It's so weird how they put in regret for timing, because I feel like that's something I did not even think about. Which, see, this is such an interesting thing when I start reading some commentaries. These commentaries always bring in something that I wasn't really thinking about at the time, right? But I guess regret is something to really be thinking about, right? Like, what are times when we have regretted something, right? And I guess we had that decision to make. Let's see here. If you say Ecclesiastes 3, birds used it to make their famous song, Turn, Turn, Turn. Did you know that? I did not know that. I've never, is there a band named Birds? I don't know that band, if that is a band. Now, when I will be honest, when I read your comment, it did kind of make me think about the Bob Marley song about the three little birds. Three little birds. It's actually kind of weird, because what does he say? Something about don't worry. I'll have to look it up after this or later on, huh? Let's continue on with this commentary. I have discovered that God's timing is just as important as God's will. In fact, the Bible talks a lot about timing. Ecclesiastes 3:1 says, "To everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven." Wow. Isn't that weird, huh? Now, I will be honest, when I think about God's timing, sometimes I think about freaking Flatland BMX. Because, dude, I don't know if you guys have realized, this stuff has been taking me it's almost into the realm of absurdity. And it's weird because, like, I feel like if I had other Flatlanders just giving me tips all the time, or if I was riding with Flatlanders, like, all the time, I think I would actually probably be learning faster, especially if you're hanging out with, like, some pros or something like that. But many times, like, when I'm learning Flatland right now, it just kind of feels like I'm just getting thrown out into the wilderness. I have nobody's really giving me too much advice or anything, and I'm just kind of just grinding these tricks out, right? And there's been so much stuff that I wish somebody would have just told me right away. And there's been so many times where I've probably spent months and months and months doing something wrong, and somebody could have just told me, like, in a couple seconds, but nobody's really done so. But it's fun though. It kind of feels like figuring out a puzzle, but it is a testing of my patience at times though, but I think it's fun. All right, let's keep going. The Bible talks about a man of God who had really bad timing. If this man were in a race, He would have been the one to come out of nowhere, take the lead, and then suddenly self-destruct. The man I'm speaking of is Moses. What in the... Although Moses was one of the greatest men of God, he was also a man who had some serious setbacks and committed serious sin. It is worth noting that along with Saul of Tarsus, Moses is one of the men God used who actually was guilty of murder. Man, isn't that crazy? I feel like I will be honest, I feel like a lot of people when they bring up Moses, that's something that they don't really bring. I feel like sometimes I feel like with some of these characters, sometimes it's almost sometimes we kind of like shove things under the rug or something like that, right? But man, it's so crazy to even think that Moses was guilty of murder. I mean, that's so crazy. I mean, if God could use a murderer like that, and also God could use all these other... I think that's the interesting thing about when we study. Maybe I'm going to have to do like a deep dive study of every single character in the scriptures. I think that would be really cool. Or look up commentaries or something like that, right? Because what does bring a bit of humanity to a lot of these characters is these characters were not perfect. The only perfectly sinless character in the scriptures was the Lord Jesus Christ himself, right? The Lord of Lords and the King of Kings. But that's the interesting thing, and also kind of the humbling thing about all the other characters, is there is this level of humanity that they struggled with sins. They weren't completely perfect. They messed up, right? And hopefully that, it gives me some humility of thinking, okay, well, if these guys that were written in the scriptures messed up, well, where have we messed up as well, right? And can God still be within our lives even if we've messed up completely? It's not copyright. That's the other thing. I need to play music that is not on copyright. Birds. B-Y-R-D-S. Now, I will look it up. Let me look it up. But let me see if it's on copyright, because if it's on copyright, I can't listen to it. Otherwise, it's going to silence my stream. Birds. Turn. Have I heard this? I don't know if I have. Man, it has 4.2 million views, though. This definitely has a copyright. See, this one has a copyright. I cannot listen to this one. No, it will. See this one? It has a copyright. That's how you know it has a copyright. But we can listen to maybe 5 seconds of it. Let me put it on the middle. Have I listened to this one? Oh, interesting. Huh. You know what? I don't think I've ever heard this song before. Now let's see if that... 1 minute without showing. No, this will definitely get copyright, especially if I upload it on YouTube. But I'm glad that you shared that. That was the... I feel like I've never heard that song, but it's interesting. There is a Bible verse in it, right? Were any of them believers? Wow, this came out in 1965, huh? Intriguing. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Fufu. A good one, especially for God's timing, right? Because I think they brought up that Ecclesiastes verse. That there is a time for everything under the sun. Ecclesiastes 3. It's from that chapter, huh? Interesting. Solomon was an interesting character, I will say that, right? And let's continue. Moses was a bit on the impulsive side. I can understand that because I share that characteristic with him. I can be impulsive, but being impulsive has its drawbacks, and Moses' impulsiveness brought some devastating results. Moses was born at a time of extreme hardship in Israel's history. The descendants of Jacob had grown in about 3 million in Egypt and had been forced into slavery. Pharaoh, seeing the Hebrews as a potential threat, decreed that newborn Hebrew boys were to be drowned in the Nile River. As the children of Israel cried out to God for deliverance, enter Moses, the man of God, first. He was the baby protected by God and adopted by Pharaoh's daughter. The Jewish historian Josephus tells us that this Pharaoh had no son or heir. Therefore, Moses was being groomed to become the next Pharaoh of Egypt. He was being raised as royalty, which meant that he would have been schooled in all that Egypt had to offer. But Moses still knew who he was. He was a true believer in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Underneath those Egyptian robes beat the heart of a Hebrew. Maybe that's what caused him to swing into action when he saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew. The Bible says he looked this way and then killed the Egyptian. Holy moly, Exodus 2:12. That is actually crazy that they actually put that verse in there, right? Moses' heart was in the right place, but his actions were foolish, to say the least. Clearly, the Lord had not told Moses to do this. Instead of looking around, Moses should have been looking up. Moses probably thought that his fellow Hebrews would be grateful for what he had done, but things didn't turn out that way. Everyone knew what he did, but no one applauded. When Pharaoh heard what had happened, Moses had to flee for his life. Off he went into the wilderness. Man, that is crazy. Moses just kills a man and then just runs, huh? Holy moly. God wants us to do his will in his way, in his timing. Moses was a leader in training, but he wasn't ready yet. He had lost his people, he had lost his reputation. But he had not lost God. What looked like the end was actually the beginning. Man, isn't that crazy, right? I feel like the story of Moses might even affect a lot of people that are in prison and stuff, because many times when you go to prison, sometimes you do lose like basically everything. And sometimes when you go to prison, your family members, your friends no longer talk to you and stuff like that. And that is kind of crazy to think. I've never really done a study on reputation, but I mean, imagine if your reputation was completely tarnished in whatever you were doing, right? And it's just man, it's crazy. How do you restore that, right? It's kind of crazy, right? Let's keep going now. 40 years later, God appointed Moses to lead the children of Israel out of Egypt. What Moses did not realize was that God had been preparing him during that time. Notice what God said to him. I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Exodus 3:6. What was God saying? I am a God of ordinary men who have accomplished some extraordinary things. There is hope for you. I am not just the God of Abraham. I am not just the God of Isaac and Jacob. I am the God of Moses. I am calling you. I am giving you a second chance. God still uses ordinary people today, even people who have made mistakes, even people who have sinned. Maybe you are in a situation right now in which you can identify with Moses. Can I make a suggestion? Confess your sins to God, deal with them, and learn from your mistakes. And know this, God can still use you. He gives second chances. Maybe you need one today. And that was the end of the commentary. I thought that commentary was going to go a lot longer, honestly. I guess that's a good one, right? I like that part right there. God still uses ordinary people today, even people who have made mistakes, even people who have sinned, right? I feel like that's something we all need to remember, especially if we meet some. Because man, it's unfortunately, I do meet people that do feel condemned at times. But it's man, I feel like that's where I feel like this is kind of the whole notion, and maybe it's kind of weird, but it's the whole notion of even how everybody will know that we are Christ's disciples by our love for one another, right? John 13:35. By this all men shall know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love for one to another. Because I do feel that at times, I mean, just even when I read this right here at the end, God uses ordinary people today, even people who have made mistakes, even people who have sinned. I think the thing is, sometimes I feel like, I mean, even when I was younger, sometimes I think many times we can kind of almost think that we are the grand arbiters of the justifiers of God's laws and stuff like this, right? And at times when we do that, I feel like unfortunately it actually makes people feel condemned, people that have made a bunch of mistakes, and they just go the complete opposite way. They don't even want to turn to God anymore, right? They want to go farther away. And I'm wondering, how has this played out in our society at the moment, right? Because many times I feel like if there is some resistance, sometimes people just go further away. And I don't know what people think about that, right? But yeah. Should I read another commentary? Man, these commentaries are a little longer than I was thinking. I do want to read this one now, but this one is insanely long. Maybe we'll read just a little bit of it, right? We'll just read just a little bit of it. Man, I should have actually just read this one. I think this one, no, it was good. It's kind of weird. I wasn't expecting that they would bring up the story of Moses, right? It is interesting that they brought up the story of Moses, but that does kind of make sense, right? And I guess within God's timing, there also can be redemption, and there also can be, even if we do regret making this decision, I feel like, sometimes we make these decisions that sometimes we just got to live with, and we just got to go with it, right? So we're going to read this one just very quickly. We're not going to finish this one, but we are going to read this one very quickly. Just a little bit of it, I guess. And let's see what it says. This one says, how to trust God's timing. And it's kind of funny. Look at the little picture they have. If you guys don't notice, I like to do that a lot. There's a lot of verses about lifting our hands up to the Lord. Well, let's read. What is this going to say? A little bit. Life is complex and often doesn't run as smoothly as we might hope. We trust in God to guide us, learn His ways through study and prayer, and grow our relationships with Him. That is full of nurturing and care. That's what makes it hard to take when things go wrong. When our friends and loved ones don't get what we know they deserve. When we face unforeseen challenges and setbacks, and when our best laid plans get blown off of course. Now that's actually kind of the interesting thing right there, which that one right there, it's kind of making me think of what I kind of brought up right in the beginning about anxiety. Because the thing about anxiety, which, I mean, I guess you got to take this with a grain of salt. I heard it from some pastors, right? But, sometimes if we imagine you lay all your eggs in one basket in something in the future. Like you planned something that was going to happen in the future, and you're like, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. But what happens if that totally does not happen? And what happens if the opposite thing happened, right? Well, that's what starts getting people to feel some anxiety, because they're like, well, the deadline's close and this should happen, and if that doesn't happen, it's like, can we still trust God within all that, right? It makes me think of Matthew 6. We can derive comfort from learning to trust in God's timing. These trials and tribulations may seem like the end of the world at the time, but one thing that faith teaches us is to be strong in our belief that good will come. God has the knowledge of the whole universe, and His plans are beyond our knowing. You know what's it saying? What the Bible says about God's plan. Is this even the same one? I guess this goes into God's timing? Or is this just a different commentary? I guess let's just keep reading it. What is it going to say? I think I might have just went into another commentary. But I think this goes into God's timing, right? Because I guess if God has a plan, then this should be within the timing, right? It is a central element of our faith that we believe and trust in God's plan, but as well as being a star to steer by God's plan is a comfort. Knowing that He is there and that our relationship with Him keeps us in His grace allows us to face challenges in our life with peace and acceptance. Knowing and understanding that God has a plan is the first step in trusting His timing. Now that is a good one. It's so funny because like we just read 2 different commentaries on God's timing, right? That first one is about Moses, which I'm going to be honest, I was not expecting to read that one. It's just like, but I do feel when we do trust God's timing, right, there is this level of, I guess, peace and comfort that we have, right, in this level of almost not being overwhelmed at times, right, even in the midst of if things are totally falling apart or something like that, right? And I think that if we can remain in this kind of emotional controlled state, we would be making better decisions in the long run, right? Because I feel like when our emotional states do get riled up, and imagine you had a great decision you were supposed to make and you're completely angry or something, or you're depressed or you're sad or your emotions are just all out of whack or you have a ton of anxiety and you're called to make an important decision in your life. Dude, I feel like that would give me more frustration and anger, because what if you were already frustrated, already angry, already doing all this stuff, and then you were called to make an important decision in your life, and then you made the wrong decision? You'd probably be like a teapot and you would just explode, right? I think that's what happens a lot, actually. But I think that's the weird thing about like really trusting in the Lord and trusting in His timing. And I feel like it is weird because they're bringing up faith, right? And that makes sense to me because I feel like faith is what? Faith is the substance of things not seen. And sometimes, even though we would like to see the future, we would like to see these certain events happen, I feel like I honestly think this is why the phrase started happening. The phrase of, well, let's take a step of faith. Let's take what? A leap of faith, right? Sometimes it's almost like we're taking that step, trusting in God, even if we do not know where that might lead us, right? And I that's what I'd like to think. I'll be back. I'm going to see my parents for 30 minutes. Have a good one, Fufi. Keep trying your best, man. Keep trusting in the Lord. And remember, all you guys can look up these commentaries too. And you guys can practice. I wish everybody would just do a Bible study devotion. I think that'd be really awesome. I think that's actually one thing I've been really, almost very like interested in, because there's these gnarly people, bro, like these gnarly athletes and stuff that I see. They have like this Bible verse on their Instagram or something like that, and I just go, man, what are their Bible studies like? Like, what verses is this person thinking about today? Or or even just what verse are they thinking about for the month or something, or for, because, I think it's just interesting, right? It'd be so cool if just everybody just did a little Bible study. I think that would be very edifying, actually, because hopefully that would help everybody out, right? Okay. Let's see here. So now they're going into, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare, not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Jeremiah 29:11. In Jeremiah, God gives solace to His people after they were cast out of Jerusalem by the Babylonians. It was a time of great strife and suffering, but God's comforting words were to remain resolute in faith, because His plans would lead His people back to happiness and prosperity. We can take the same message into our own lives. When we face troubles in our own lives, be it the loss of a loved one or a plan gone awry, we can look to God's plan for comfort. We can't see it, but His plan is for all of us who love Him to be made whole through our faith. In the verses that follow, God states that when we pray to Him and be true to His word, He will find us and deliver us to happiness. It will be at the time that He sees fit, but it's our faith in Him that keeps that connection strong. Many are the plans in the mind of a man, but it is the purpose of the Lord that will stand. Proverbs 19:21. This is so much wisdom in the Proverbs, but this verse is a brilliant example of the relationship of the Lord's plans to our own. We can think and plan as much as we would like, but we live on a tiny scale compared to the consciousness of God. Our plans are like wheels within the great watch of God's overarching plan for us. Holy moly, I don't know if I'm going to finish this commentary, everybody. This commentary is humongous. We'll keep reading it. It is distressing when our plans go wrong. Something like a vacation being canceled or a change of circumstances at work can make us despondent and leave us feeling like it's a pointless to try. This is where faith steps in. I mean, that's such a good one. There's been so many times in my life where, have you ever went and done something and you're just like, bro, why am I even doing this still? And what if like it just felt impossible or something like that, right? And that is kind of the weird thing, is that's kind of where faith does step in, right? And I think it is kind of strange, because I feel like also what faith does to a lot of believers is that it gives us the endurance to keep going. Right? Even if we might look like crazy people or something, sometimes I feel like the faith is just kind of what, honestly, I feel like the faith is what keeps me going with these streams. I feel like if I didn't do these Bible studies, I think I probably would have gotten burnt out 200 episodes ago or 300 episodes ago. But that's the weird thing about like having this. It's almost like every time I do one of these streams, I just kind of think, oh, well, I don't even know what I'm going to do, but I kind of feel like there's this greater purpose to it all, even if I don't land anything on my bike, or even if I fail at a drawing or something like that, or if I fail during the entire thing, I just go, well, at least we tried to do the Great Commission a little bit. I feel like even if you just try a little bit, I feel like in my mind, it feels like I've at least accomplished at least something, even if I failed the entire day. Which a lot of days have been like that, where I'll do the Bible study and then I just don't land anything on my bike. Which that actually might be today, or I do a terrible drawing where it's like super cringy, or I'm just like, and I feel like prior to when I did do these Bible studies, bro, I'd want to delete these. I did delete a lot of streams. I deleted the streams because I was like, oh, well, I lost everything. That didn't work out. And everybody's going to like judge me for being a failure or something like that. But then that's the weird thing, is I'm like, all right, well, if I do the Bible study, then I'm like, all right, well, at least I attempted to plant a seed, even if I fail at everything else. And anyway, I would read the rest of this commentary, which I guess you guys can. This is on Bible Study Planet. This is a very long commentary, by the way. I was wanting to read both of these commentaries, but we have a lot more to read up in here, if you guys can. And I've been trying to do these in an hour span, so I guess we'll just leave it at that. And hopefully within that we can think about God's timing that. I'm trying to keep it at an hour, by the way, on these streams. I've been wanting to do these Bible studies in 30 minutes, but the thing is, for some reason I can't do them in 30 minutes. I can't do it, so it's generally I try and do it like an hour now. And even in an hour, it almost feels like I didn't have enough time. But, all right. Now what we're going to do, we're going to do a card draw, and then we're going to ride a bike now. So let's observe some artwork, and yeah, let's do that. And hopefully we can continue to trust in God's timing. I feel like there's just so much to learn. We might have to do like a multi-day Bible. The other thing is I'm trying to do these Bible studies in a way to where you don't really have to re-watch the last one, because I know a lot of people that stop into these streams or listen to these streams, they don't just listen to the past 5 other streams that I've done this. So I'm trying to orient these Bible studies kind of like how a lot of people on YouTube, they do their devotionals. I mean, the big one that I was inspired by was that one guy. He just picks one verse and he'll just do a study on that one verse, right? And he has like thousands and thousands of videos. So I'm just like, man, that guy he's just planning, bro, like every single day, right? Because I will say sometimes if you get into these more vaguer topics, like what are angels, which I thought that was going to be a very simple Bible study, that ended up being like a 3-day, 2-day Bible study or something, or maybe not that one. It was just, I just remember that was just an insane Bible study, because there's like, I don't remember how, like 350 times or something like that, maybe even more, 600 times or something, that angels are mentioned in the scriptures, and there's just like this vast amount of commentaries and stuff on angels and stuff like that. But when you do it kind of just in the verse by verse, not even in how a lot of people do it, they don't even do it like every single verse in order. They just kind of they just do a bunch of verses, right? Now let's do a card draw and let's see what we draw, and then we're gonna ride a bike now, and hopefully we can land something. hopefully we'd have emotional control in making strange decisions. Maybe not strange decisions, but just I think that's a good one. Especially, I think if there's anything to take from this, what I'm going to try and take from this Bible study is trusting in God's timing, even when things go awry or just go completely maybe not what you expected and what you had planned out in the future. Because that can, bring upon a lot of disappointments. It can bring on anxieties and stuff like that. And I guess we gotta learn more about the faith. Okie dokie. Let's do our card draw now. Let's see some artwork. What is the artwork we're gonna see today? We'll just cut it. First card of the day. We got a planes. Holographic planes. Cool. Number 2. Huh, dude, that's crazy. We drew this last. I feel like this is such a good one too. Wall of Faith. Not funny. We were just talking about faith, huh? That is hilarious. Man, dude, that thing looks insane, huh, dude? It's almost like you don't know what's on the other side, right? Man, dude, that card is crazy, bro. That card looks so insane, dude. I'm like, that thing trips me out, dude. Wall of Faith, dude. Man, that thing looks crazy. I'm so glad I drew that card. That card is really cool looking. Interesting. We got the unglued card. Keeper of the Sacred Word. This one you pick a word or something like that. Okay, number 4. Righteous Aura. That's cool. 5. Got an island. Oh, we got gemstone caverns. This one's pretty rare to get in your first hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7. Ooh, Spirit of the Hearth. This reminds me of Proverbs 28:1. The wicked flee, though no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Huh. Man, you know what's weird when I think about that? I'm wondering if there's this level of, like, the demons and the devils, they don't have faith, so they flee. I wonder if that's kind of a weird thing to think about, right? That's what I want to do a study on now, because I feel like, I know we've already done a bunch of Bible studies on Proverbs 28:1, on the righteous are as bold as lions, but now that I think about it, why do the wicked flee? Right? That's what's weird. Why do the wicked flee? Ooh, man, we drew 2 of the cards that are actually really gnarly in your opening hand. Leyline of Anticipation. That is a pretty rare one. I actually pulled this card from a very, very early pack that I got. I did not buy, well, I guess I did buy the pack, but I pulled this one out. I think this is a pretty gnarly card. I might be wrong though, but that thing looks cool, man. Look at how cool that thing looks. Is that it? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that was it. That was the hand of the day. That was a cool looking hand, huh? Man. That looks rowdy, dude. Oh, there's a game that we play, kind of. I guess now what we're going to do is we're going to, I guess, make a little Twitter post thing. I guess we might as well make a little Twitter post thing. And I also moved the box outside, so maybe we'll write it later on. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna make a little Twitter post thing. Yeah, I guess we don't have to. I've been doing that for a while. Let's just take a little break from that. Oh. I guess now we'll just ride. Let's ride our bike now. Let's put on some BMX videos. I feel like it's just super boring just watching me ride something. Or I put on some BMX videos. Okay, let's see. We'll go to playlists. I'll go to flat screen. I'll go to shuffle playlist. Let's make this smaller. Push this over here. Put the BMX video. Why is this thing so small? That. We'll put our image slideshow. Hopefully this thing's gonna work today. It hasn't really been working for some reason. I think I have to make it 1 time smaller. There we go. All right, let's do this. Maybe that's what we're going to do too. We're going to change the... We want BMX Streets. Nope, no one said BMX Streets, but we'll play it for a little bit, I guess. I think this is on copyright free. I drink some water. trying to learn more front wheel maneuvers, but man, front wheel's hard. I mean, I guess it's all hard, but. I haven't listened to this playlist, by the way. I'm trying to work on tricks that we're not good at, so let's go into our double for this stuff. I forgot that I had that light right there. You can turn it back on. I just forgot to turn this thing on. What the? You guys are trying to just subtle. And the light makes it look way cooler. Probably haven't had that thing on lately. guess I just keep trying to learn hitchhikers. I kind of want to just learn it just by slamming the ground, it on the ground, but I probably should just learn the hitchhikers normally. Oh, I don't have that little Allen. I don't know how to. Goodness. I lost a little thing for my brakes. There we go. Where'd that thing go? I have another one in here. I saw it part. Cable's gonna stab me. Oh, there's none in there. Go back here. Dang, I always use up those. Oh, I have one more. I need to just get a little stash of these things.
What is it? It fell out. Clamp this on here now. That's a change section. been laying for a while.
And this is a dance tutorial. But with Circle to Search, it's also a where to buy that wavy mirror in the background tutorial.
Well, we landed something, I guess. That's cool. Add stream marker. See the weather outside. God, it's super windy. Fudge. So close. lens flares. I never learned that trick. Darn, I almost landed it. Oh, close. I think my brake slipped. That sucked. Alright, clean my brakes off. That was just technical malfunction right there. Dirty. Excuse the brakes so much. Ow. electric is awesome. I told me I lost that stuff. Where'd it go? Yeah. End it with rubbing alcohol. It's hard. This is hard to land. Never landed. You can only land it like once every 30 tries. Let's see if we can do that line again. The one we were doing last week. That was too close, man. We landed that thing. Dude, this is copyright free too. It was like press my brain and didn't release it. That was the cheesiest little crash, man. I just like totally just did it like one of the brakes just went whoop. That one's hard. Let's change it up a bit. I think I was wearing armor. I went straight on my knee. Freaking dislodged my armor. It protected me.
funny. That was a weird line. I put a stream marker on it. Man, I would ride outside, it's just really windy. By the way, I put the box outside because I would start right outside. But I use that, like, that moving crate, because I'm not going to just leave it out there. I'm going to bring it up so it doesn't get rained on. Dolly. The dolly, yeah. That's what our neighbor gave us. There's another term for it. I can't remember what it is. It's hot. Just humid. It's just humid.
I feel like I'm slowly losing my decades. That was a cool line, though. Man, I like riding on even ground, dude. I really tell now. It's sad to say, but I can really tell the ground now when I do certain tricks. It makes it challenging, this. Kind of interesting. Bambina di Dulce. I ride 4130. What a chromoly. Isn't that the number for chromoly? Everybody, go and purchase your chromoly medal today and buy yourself a BMX bike. I'm just kidding. No, but BMX bikes are made out of chromoly a lot. But I did make that ledge. It's outside at the moment. It's not outside. It's just over on the porch right now. I have it on a dolly. I was gonna ride it today, but it's windy outside, so. It's a number for your bank card. Dude, do you know there's an old flatland vert, just a BMX studio. It's called I think it's Southern California West Coast 4130 BMX. It has Dave Smith in it. It has like a bunch of legendary riders. It has like vert riding. It has a bunch of stuff in it. How am I doing? I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually doing all right today. Doing pretty good today, everybody. Yeah, I would be riding. It's just super windy outside. Maybe I'll look at the weather. Maybe we'll right now. It's windy outside. It is windy outside. You make a flatline bike yet? How's everybody? I feel like everybody should make a flatline bike. I wish every BMX company just did that. We're like, all right, everybody, we're gonna have a vert bike, or we're gonna have a park bike, park trail bike, like 21.25 top tube, straight cable, like 32 sprocket. You'll have your street bike, peglet, or I guess it could be pegless, frame, 4 plastic pegs, brakeless, and then you got your flatline bike. I did find a new combo out there. Here, check this. This is a grind flatline combo. I'm trying to mix all of the styles together. I landed with a Sketchbook you guys saw last week. Well, you do that, and you go into this one. So you just walk into this one. One out of every 500 bikes sold via flatline bike. Yeah, that's a problem. You do bring up that as the problem. Because I don't know if you know Ryan Russell. He's kind of like the S&M Fit flatline rider. He's been riding for them for a long time, but that's why he said he was kind of like, he's like, his bike geometry is like very like complete bike-esque. Because that's kind of like the trope I think that S&M and Fit are going now. They're going, well, if you buy a complete bike, you can ride your complete bike with flatland, street, everything. Which that's the weird thing about me. I grew up in the S&M Fit stuff, so I'm basically S&M Fit, Colt. Those are the only basically bikes I've ever ran. But I mean, I've had various different frames, but growing up, that's definitely like. I mean, that's why but then so happens Colt's the only one that hooked it up. But the weird thing is, I've kind of noticed a lot of Colt riders just ride with Fit and S&M riders, so some weird way. Well, I mean, I guess they're all kind of somewhat they all derive from the same thing. Dude, my first like legit BMX frame was a Dirt Bike Classic 18-inch. Do you remember that frame? Bro, that frame was so sweet. Dirt Bike Classic 18-inch. Super rare frame. There's actually one on eBay for $350. I'd want to buy it, but that's really expensive for me. Maybe if it was like $100, I'd get like I would buy it, but way too pricey. But there's only one available. I don't even know what I'm doing. What am I doing, everybody? Funky chicken. Tail whip. That was the year they came out with the next gen dirt bikes in the homes. I don't remember those frames. I just remember the Dirt Bike Classic had this little thing right here. It had like a gusset right there. It had like, I think it said, did it say dirt bike right here? I think it said S&M bikes. Can't remember. This frame actually really reminds me of the Dirt Bike Classic actually. Except for the back end. But the weird thing about the Dirt Bike Classic 18-inch was you could run 20-inch tires. Because most 18-inch bikes you buy now, for some odd reason, they can't make it to where you can put 20-inch wheels on it. Which I don't know how they did that, but I'm wondering if they changed the geometry right here or something. But yeah, I remember that's actually why I learned my X-ups this way. I remember that's why I learned my X-ups this way. Is because when I was on a Dirt Bike Classic 18-inch, your front tire would hit your crank. If you had like 180 cranks, it would like hit the crank right here. Not a good time? Was it not a good time? I don't really know the lore, but it's crazy they've survived throughout this whole time, right? It's weird. A lot of my friends like got on S&M and then like fit and stuff, and then they like left for some reason. It'd be cool to get like a Sabbath, that frame. I think that was the Sean McKinney frame, the Sabbath. It wasn't the War Pig. The Sabbath looked gnarly. Dude, Garrett Reynolds is crazy, bro. He won the simple session. Dude, that dude just has everything on lock, bro. I wasn't even breaking a sweat doing that contest. What I'm curious of is how much tire pressure does Garrett Reynolds run? It looks like he's running, I'm going to say he's running 80. Because I don't see his tires squish in that much. No, right there it actually did. He might change his tire pressure. He might change it. I know Simone Baracco runs like 35. It's crazy. I'm running 80 right now. Kind of in between. I'm in between like street and flatland. Perseverance. What up, dude? What up, bro? You get a bike yet? Everybody, go and get a bike today. And go and explore the cities, learn flatland. Oh gosh. I have broken bikes. Well, that's a reason to get more bikes. Most of these bikes, see all these bike parts right here, those are all broken bikes basically. Besides the chrome ones. And that black one. And that white one. Those are still kind of good. Dude, why am I? Oh, I'm not losing PSI. I thought I was losing PSI. You know what I started saying too? If you guys do get a bike, remember to get a gnarly bike lock. I'm gonna actually start putting my bike lock out here because unfortunately a lot of people stop riding BMX because they get their bike stolen. So I just want to say, if you guys do get a bike, remember to get a bike lock. More specifically, get a U-lock, one of these. And not only get a U-lock, I'd also get the kryptonite chain that you can get at Walmart. I have it in my car, but that compared with this, it's much harder to steal a bike. Because I will say, if you do get a bike for your kid or something like that, unfortunately, a lot of kids stop riding because they get their bike stolen. So Remember to get a lock with it too. Honestly, that's what bike companies should start doing. Like if I feel like a bike company, they should like give you the lock when you buy the bike. Like here's a free lock. Let's see here. Do you have Discord? I do have Discord. I just don't really use Discord that much. So OG Dirt Bike had a tiny triangle gasket on the down tube. Stayed that way for years. Early 2000s when bikes were going through their heavy stages, S&M changed their design. They changed the Dirt Bike to the Dirt Bike Classic. It had a small round down tube gusset, and they also had the next gen Dirt Bike. Thicker tubing, big dropouts, and a head tube gusset more like a standard frame. Yeah, I actually, man, I do remember the standard frame. Man, the Dirt Bike Classic actually did look like a standard frame, huh? Because didn't the standard frame have this little thing up there too? I never had a standard frame, but I'm pretty sure like my friend had the standard frame. I remember the standard frames had this little tube right here. Little tube right there, and then like that thing right there. I honestly miss like the mid-school where like their frames were just there. It was almost still like wonky geometry. Like there was like bendy tubes, there was weird gussets, there was like wishbones. You know, you have the freaking Terrible One like thing right there, and Garrett Burns frame. But nowadays, like most frames look just like this. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it just has like a different sticker on it, kind of, and it's just different geometry a little bit. That time frame, I believe S&M had Dirt Bike Classic and Next Gen. Okay, I see. Let's see if I could do, there was like this weird invert looking trick. I haven't done it in a while. Let's see if I can do it again. I forgot how I did it. Wait, how did I do it? I think I'd be outside right here. Not clicking it. Like an invert thing? Flat invert. What about flat invert to turn down thing? Touch the shoulder. That era, I was on the standard trails, 500. Yeah, I remember the only reason I got on the S&M Dirt Bike Classic is on Dan's Comp. On Dan's Comp, the magazine. Like, I remember, like, my friend would have it. And then, the dirt bike was the only 18-inch frame, besides the flatland frames. I should have just ran a flatland frame, honestly, when I was younger. Man, that's kind of hard. See, can I do it with my front brake? I'm going to do that and do a flat turn down. It's kind of funny. I never really learned that trick, but here, watch. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do the, this is trailed flatland right here. Oh, come on. It's kind of hard, actually. Oh, let's do it right there. Dude, that's hilarious, bro. That's actually really fun. You can't have your finger on the front brake. You got a foot jam it. I'm gonna just do that to turn down. Like, it shouldn't even be that hard. Bro, I've never done that line in my entire life. Dude, that was cool. That was like a trails line besides the kickflip. Like off flat land. Funny. A new clip. Maybe that's why I got that one. Dance Comp always had the S&M dirt bike package deal. Maybe that's why I always got it. Yeah, I think they were like cheaper or something too. The thing was, is I went through like 4 of them. I probably had 4 or 5 of them because I'd go to the skate park and all the older guys would be like, dude, he has the 18-inch, and then they'll ride my bike and they break my bike. I cracked so many frames just because like my older friends would wanted to ride my bike and then they just like destroy it. About you turn to Smith. That's a cool trick. It's just hard to do it right here. Why is this video playing? It's like stuck. It's hard to G-turn in here. There's no speed. Maybe we'll look at the weather. Let me look at the weather real quick. It's windy out. It's super windy. It's super windy. Manual grind combos. Kind of weird. I'm actually really used to that lift right there. I'm still used to it. Maybe I should just go bring in the other ledge. That's like a cellar door right there. Woo! Crazy weather. Holy moly. Oh, got tired. And I kind of like messed up the foot jam no-hander, but I like did a little tail tap. Kind of landed. That was fun. Bikes are fun, everybody. And flatland's the safest discipline. I want to do like a double bar, tail tap double bar. Or double pickup bar to double pickup bar. I didn't even bunny hop bar, but that's hard for me. Just double bar, tail tap, double bar. I guess there's the half cap bar. I kind of want to practice too. Half cap pickup bar. It's ridiculous I can't bunny hop bar. for a long time, I was actually against bar spoons. Sounds ridiculous, but I was I was part of the little subclass of pegless riders that wouldn't bar spin. Like Garrett Burns and Stephen Hamilton, Chase Hawk, Mikey Aiken. That was like my style that I liked. I never did bar spins, so I never really learned it. Gonna work for a while? Very well, then, Bina. I hope your day goes well. I know the BMX ride is probably pretty boring. There's barely any BMX riders on Twitch, so. I think most of the people that watch this stream, I think you guys just listen to Bible study and see the drawing. It's kind of odd. Not many BMX riders on Twitch, it seems. So that's why I connected all the streams together. What about bar back? What about bar back, tail tap, bar back? Tail tap. Oh, it's hard. It's just hard to do the tail tap after that. Practice this one. It's too hard. This is the, I don't know what this trick's called. Half that. But I see people, they just walk into it. You guys know how to do that trick? This trick's hard. I've also been practicing the hitchhiker. Maybe practice the hitchhiker. Trying to land it. How do you guys land the hitchhiker? It's pretty hard. Oh, I almost landed it. That was almost it. I think I just have to do that a lot. Gotta do that a couple thousand times. That trick is weird. Let's put on our little barn thing. These are the bearing barns, which I've been kind of wanting to maybe not run it with them, but just kind of a pain to put these things on. Put them on, take them off, put them on, take them off, because they're very fragile. By the way, if you guys do get these things, be careful. These things are very, very fragile. So don't slam your bike on the ground because like they'll break real easy. So what you do is just take this, take these barns off. Put this one on. I already broke that bar end. I'm kind of wondering if I can learn it bars big. Maybe if I put a bunch of tape on here, maybe I could do it. Let's see. When you use these bars, you have to do it bar small, but let's see if I could, I'm wondering if you can just do it bar big. See, it doesn't work. See, the bar ends don't work. You gotta learn it this way. Let's see here. I am Pebblies. Hi, how's it going? Hello there. Look. Just chilling, just grinding it out. Just grinding these bike tricks. Probably seems pretty boring, but kind of hard. We're trying to learn the trick of the hitchhiker. Now the reason why they call it the hitchhiker because it looks like you're hitchhiking. Let's see if I can show an example. I gotta learn it bar small though. See, it kind of looks like, I think that's why they do it, because you kind of look like you're hitchhiking like that. See if we can ride into it. So now we're going to walk into the elbow glide. So we're going to start with the bike like this. And a lot of flatland tricks. So the thing about learning flatland tricks is it's almost kind of like learning 3 tricks. So there's the ride in, which I'm not doing the ride in right now, we're just walking into it. Then there's the balance point, and then there's landing the trick. So that's how a lot of flatlanders basically learn these. It's almost 3 tricks you have to learn to land a trick. So you learn the ride in, you learn the balance point, and then you learn the how to land it. So this one, we're going to walk into this trick. we can do the ride-in, but we've already learned the ride-in, right? So we're safe, we're conserving some of our energy, and we're learning this one now. So we're gonna, since I'm using a cassette right now, as you can see, my cranks go back like this. So you have to set your cranks before you do this trick. We're gonna set them to 90 degrees to the seat tube. So that's a good thing that a lot of flatlanders, or I guess I do. I use this seat tube as a gauge just for my cranks. Right now we're setting it to 90 degrees right here, like this. The reason why we're doing that is because when we're on the elbow glide, when I bring my hand to the tire like this, watch what happens to the cranks. The cranks go to 90 degrees now. And so that's why we have it like this, is because if my cranks were like this, or like this, and I do that, and I go back into it, the crank's gonna hit me, and I won't be able to hitchhiker. So you go like this, and see how I do this? The crank just got caught on my, so that's why you have to set your cranks. So we're setting it to 90 degrees. We go in. Sometimes you have to readjust it like that. And then how we land the trick is so either you can hold it like this, you can either hold it like this, but generally what we're going to do like this. We're going to put our hand on here, grab it over here, and then so we're going to be balancing like this, and then we're going to put our hand over there on that seat, like this, and then we're going to hopefully land our hand on this one right here. We're going to be in this position for a little bit, and then we're going to push it down. And right there. Sounds ridiculous. There's like 10 things you got to do, but it's hard. I still haven't landed one yet. But if you can understand all these little steps to it, it makes it a little bit easier. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to practice the elbow glide. So the elbow glide, there's also multiple variations to learn this trick. There's the variation of doing a steamroller, like this, steamroller, and you bring up the steamroller into a half hiker. This is a half hiker, and then you go like this. If you want to do rebit, or I forgot what they're called. What are they called? I don't remember, but they're juggles. These are juggles, which I want to learn eventually. So the juggle is like this. You put the seat right here. You go back into a switch hand steamroller. You switch your hand onto the other seat, so you're doing another switch hand steamroller into another hitchhiker. And this is what's called a juggle. Oh, I almost lost it. And that trick, if you see someone doing a juggle, they've been around flatland for a very long time. I'm really gonna let you know. I feel like if you even see someone do a hitchhiker, they've been around flatland for quite a while, I think, because like the hitchhiker, like the thing about the hitchhiker is you got to learn so many tricks to do the hitchhiker. So now what we're gonna do? Now we're gonna walk into the trick. There's also multiple ways you can do the hitchhiker. So the other ways you can do the hitchhiker is Carl Cruiser. So you can learn Carl Cruiser like this, where you just go like this, and you just learn that, or you learn this. This is just a regular foot Carl Cruiser. And then what you can do is then you can learn that one, which a lot of people learn it this way. If you look up the how-tos on how to do a hitchhiker, most of them tell you to do it that way. The only thing is you have to learn the Carl Cruiser. You have to learn the Carl Cruiser, right? I've never learned the Carl Cruiser. So there's another way to do it. The other way to do it is the elbow glide. So the elbow glide, you go like this. You go elbow glide, and you can hold the elbow glide. And then from the elbow glide, instead of doing the half hiker, you just do elbow glide into it right there. And that's how I'm learning it. I think that's the easiest way. Ryan Tooney. That guy is actually really crazy. Ryan Tooney's an amazing Undertaker guy. Let's watch some Ryan Tooney. Ryan Tooney's been riding for a really long time. Shout out to Brian Tooney. I think Brian Tooney also rides. He also rides normal bikes, like just street park as well, which is interesting about Brian Tooney. I forgot that he was on volume though. Yeah, I think Brian Tooney does the juggles a lot. He's really good at the juggles. So that trick right there is actually that's actually that's harder than the hitchhiker. That one I think that he's doing right there is actually harder than the hitchhiker. That is the backpacker. That's the what's it called? Fuck, what's that trick called? It's called a I can't even remember the trick. Half-packer? No, I think it's a half-packer. Half-packer. So half-packer juggles. So he's doing like this. Wait, he's going like this. And then he's bringing it behind his back like this. Those are really, really hard. Now, there's a way that you can do this one. You can do half-packer into a wheelchair, this one, and somehow into, I don't know, there's a bunch of combos you can do from that one. Wow, this is a crazy, I'm going to save this edit. Tire slide? Dude, I haven't seen this edit in a very long time. Tire slide, wow. I wasn't expecting to see a tire slide. Man, that's that famous spot. I wonder what happened to that spot. They must have destroyed that spot, huh? Wow, back foot pedal ice pick to fakie. Was not expecting that either. Man, there's so many moves. That trick's really hard that he's doing right there. Man. So he must have mastered that trick. And the thing is you can learn this trick right here. All you have to do is just go like this, and you just walk into it. But it's so hard. So you just go into it like this, and you just step into it and ride it. It's pretty hard. Can't do it. There's probably some hitchhikers. Okay, so burst small. We're angling our cranks to the seat post. We're going into elbow glide position. We'll put our foot right here, and then we're just going to step off into the balance plant. And that's the way you can learn how to hitchhiker. But I got scared. You gotta like really commit to this thing. Oh, I almost did it right there. And you just do that a couple thousand times and hopefully you can land on it. You got to do like 7,000 reps. It's insane. So there is, I guess I won't say who it is because I don't know if I should be mentioning it. Someone did say that there is a hitchhiker grind that somebody's been, someone already has done one hitchhiker grind, and that was Joe. What's his name? Joel Schallhorn. He did a bar grind. Shout out to Joel. He did a hitchhiker bar grind on a rail. But the rail was like this high. So what he did, I have it on this playlist. So what Joel does is he goes in the hitchhiker like this, and he grinds on his crossbar right here. He grinds a rail. And he like goes up to the rail like this, and he grinds, or I think he's like this actually on his peg. He's like this. There's a rail that's like 5 inches tall, and he goes like this for like a little bit, for like a foot or something. But it was definitely a grind. I'm gonna put that edit in this playlist. Let's see here. Save to flat stream. Where is it? There it is. Shout out to Joel Schallhorn. I've been trying to learn a lot of this guy's tricks, but they're freaking hard. We need some new music up in here. We listen to that playlist like twice. Go look at the weather real quick. Let it cool down. I guess we'll try it inside. What time is it? Yeah, we almost rode for 3 hours. I'm trying to get read for 2 hours. I didn't ride that much for a day. Just keep practicing hitchhikers, I guess. That far and run. I feel like I'm just gonna have to learn how to land it now. How do we land this? That's the problem now. So now I think I have to learn how to get out of this thing. Does anybody know how to do this trick? I think this is the easiest way to get out of it, but I might be wrong. I wonder if I could just drop it down like this. Dude, you know what? I bet if I just did it like this, dropped it down like that, I don't know if that's gonna work. Vic Ayala, bro. Look at this guy. This guy was a solid rider right here. Like a very solid street style. Shout outs to Vic Ayala. I actually I've always liked Vic Ayala's style. Just very solid. Yeah, just solid, bro. It's just freaking solid rider. I'm kind of wondering what happens if I just do the hitchhiker without these and I just stall the hitchhiker. Like hitchhiker stall instead of balance. Because I think the balance is what's messing me up. Because if you stall the hitchhiker and then get out of it, I think it'll be easier. Survival Tactics, Part 1, The Escape. Alright, we're gonna try and do like hitchhiker, but like verse big and stalling it. Because it's easier to land like this. The reason why it's easier to land like this is because you can grab onto that front brake, and once you grab onto that front brake, you can go into a scuff. So you grab on that front brake, you swing it down like this, and then you get out. I guess I just walked into it. Weird walking in from this one. Oh my God, scary. I don't know why it's scary, but it is. It shouldn't be scary at all, but... trick. It's hard. But I will say I've never gotten into it from Bard's Big. Normally I do it like this, right? So I've never done it this way. Like so close to land that thing. I guess not really, but getting closer. Oh my god, I almost did it. Yeah, landing is the hardest part, I think. Yeah, I guess I don't even have to have those little things. Because I started like kind of holding the balance point. I didn't even need these things. Let's practice. Let's just keep practicing this. This is really hard. For me at the moment. Easy for some people, but hard for me right now. These guys are gnarly, by the way. Bicycle soccer, dude. Why isn't this in the Olympics, bro? This stuff is crazy. Let's see if we can ride into it. I think we're done for today for this one. I feel like I never progress with this trick. I don't really do that much. We did land a... Look, if I was going to ride one. Let's land one of these crossfoot circle pairs. I want to do this combo, but I need to learn how to land it more. tea. Ooh. I am one. What other ones are there? Oh yeah, we're gonna do hang 10 no hander to hang 5. What about just a good bars big turbine steamroller, double foot steamroller one-hander? Oh, that's it. Darn it. That was so close. I've actually never landed that combo and rode away. I normally just do it part by part, piece by piece. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? I'm almost as lying I can't even do it anymore. That's ridiculous. I'm almost laying the comment, I can't even get into it. That's the one and done. That's a trick I'm trying to learn. Man. That dude's so good, bro. Like, how is he so good? Those double-footed tricks are freaking hard. I'm really bad at them. Oh, fudge. Freaking, dude, you make one little wrong move and it just breaks. Like the balance point just doesn't work if you make one little wrong, little brash movement. I'm not very good at the right end to that trick, but what about a locomotive? I know I did a backyard today, but try a locomotive. done the practicing, so I can't really get into it anymore. I don't know, listen to this. It sounds weird. Good music. Go back to this one. Joe Fate. What's up, Joe? You been thinking about any Bible verses lately, Joe? Today we did a Bible study on God's timing. For some reason, the commentary brought up Moses, which I guess that makes me think about God. Well, I mean, I guess after reading the commentary, it makes me think about God's timing, but I cannot get into this trick anymore. Dang, I lost it. Used to be able to do it, kind of. Weird, the backyard no handers way easier. I don't know why I can't do it anymore. It's just strange. I think it's because I don't have any tread on my tire. That's what it is. Or it's just, I don't know what it is, honestly. Bike's fun. It's been 3 hours. I guess maybe I'll go draw now. Maybe we'll go draw now, I guess. I guess we landed a good 3 lines. I'll go draw. Go inside, we're gonna go draw. I think that's about how much I write every single, or not 6 days a week, about 2 hours. Actually, no, I write a lot on Saturdays. Generally, if you kind of add it up, that's kind of how much I'm writing. It's 2 hours, 5 days. I'm wondering how much like the pros are really writing and practicing. Someone said that they're doing it for like 8 to 16, 14 hours a day. Which that's just insane. I guess you could do flatland that way because flatland, you don't get as tired. The riding, like normal skate park or street riding for 8 to 14 hours a day for 6 days a week, bro, that would be insanity. Like you would have to be in like the best shape of your life to do that. That's just absurdity at that point. Alright, we're going inside, everybody. You're gonna go draw. Let's see other inspirations up in here. You could do a line. Maybe we could do a line night. I haven't drawn a line night in a while. What was the last round we did? Oh yeah, we did night. We did another night. Maybe we could do a line night. Phone just break? No, it didn't break. Sorry, Dan. You go draw now. Gave my good line right away. I'm gonna put the brake sign up. We'll be right back. Take a break. Maybe I should put a skating video on there or something. Let's do that, I guess. Be right back.
How this is like pretty much the exact leg on his leg. That low. Here comes the constructor. More like a run up. Woo! I started on the wrong pitch and ended up on the right pitch. That's what you get for not manually. Powder coating. Yeah, grind's really good, huh? Powder coating. Every time someone says that a grind's good, yell powder coated. Powder coated. See? This spot rules. They're swimming around it like sharks. Is anyone going to do anything? Probably not. No, that'll work. But you can still land it. I think like if you board slide it and it falls, you can still ride away. You're just going to have to land on top of the metal that you were sliding. Pick what side you hit it from. Yeah. I think this is the way to do it. Have it locked up like this, then you can only hit it from this side.
Excuse me. Sorry.
similar flick. The first actor manual. Ooh, that actually kind of grabbed it.
I might just do another Armor of God one.
Right? Yes.
Huh.
Yeah, he's done.
It's just like unexplainable. You know? Like, how could you be that fast?
That's what
Oh, I'm tired. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. I wonder how I should do this. How should we do this?
I pulled away because I forgot that it's your back hurt, not your ribs. It's Kenny with the hurt ribs. I saw your chest go down. You bleeding?
I thought at first it would have fallen on something that was like nothing there. There's so much random rusty stuff falling
Oh,
here.
you're bleeding on both hands.
No, I think it's just,
Oh, from the same thing.
or maybe I am.
Did it pull your thumbnail back, or did you just get it cut?
I think it just pushed in because it's too short.
Oh.
Man, the line nights are kind of hard, man. I haven't done one in a while.
The half cab manual back 180 that you did is what I told Chris to try, but he said it was too awkward to hold.
That one might be kind of cool.
Definitely the spot for those wheels. What are those, 58s? 58 Dragons? He said, dude, it's got angle iron. Immediately stinks. That barrel had front foot impossible. I can do it. It kind of a little war ride setup.
I don't like rain. Oh, yeah.
Dadito.
Insert your comment about how Cool Ranch is better.
No way your tail's not picking up on that. You serious? It worked?
Dadito, bonita.
Yeah, it's like
Huh.
it like just barely misses. You like threaded the needle where the hole was? The young kids getting down on the loading docks? What? Oh!
Hmm.
Unless this is the one you're talking about. Yeah, I'm saying duck out.
How are we gonna do this?
Will she go if she has some friction? Or what you do when you get there, but. It's stickier up top. You'll probably see one good push. I have wax, I think.
Huh.
Dude, look how rich up this stuff is. Wait, are you missing a pant leg? Look, no pant leg. Rip this shirt. Oh, look, keep sticking it straight. It's got the cheering squad right here. I feel it's coming.
Fuck, how would we do this?
Man, everyone's already together for a photo. Deville's stoked. Oh, young blood, dude. That is insane. It is just liquid. Like it's lasagna consistency, but it's pizza. Dude, yeah. Did all the pieces fall off immediately? Yeah, dude. It's so bad.
All I did was transfer it over to
No, you did great. You did a great job.
you. What?
Yeah, you can have vegan pizza right here, Dale. Literally take it off this plate and the piece will fall off.
To be fair, at least I did it real.
Okay, I guess I'll draw now. Should I just put on the playlist again? Oh yeah, that's what we're gonna watch. Where's that? Ah, screw it. Let's just pin on this one, just safe. I know nothing's bad on here. I kind of forgot how we're gonna do this. Huh. Maybe we can put like wings on it or something. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. We need some salt. could do something like that. Maybe we'll give it a go. Potentially. All right, let's do this. Let's just send it, I guess. I'm kind of wondering if I should have the face cam on. I used to do it on, honestly. Let's see here. Do I have the face cam still? I do still have the face cam. I mean, I guess I could just have it as a little one. You barely even tell me. Maybe I could have the face cam down there, maybe up there. I don't know. Bambina? I need water. I normally don't like having the face cam on, but I do have one on the computer. It would be cool if I could have somehow, I mean, I guess I could just look at it right there. Face cam or no face cam? I don't like the face cam. Face cam, I'm turning it off. I get like weirded out. I feel like people should just be watching the drawing. Don't watch me, watch the drawing. I need to get used to it though, honestly. Oh well. Okay, we're gonna attempt to do a Lion Knight. So, this is gonna be challenging, everybody. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I remember with the Lion Knights, what's really hard about the Lion Knights is the proportion. What I maybe lately I've been just going straight into like almost like a little smaller in terms of a thumbnail. So let's see if we can just like fit it in here. 2, 3, 4. Half. I'll do it that way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Get it more in the frame. Okay, let's just go into it. Let's do our line of action, which is the spine of the figure. We're going to be constructing the 3 immovable masses, which is the head, the torso, and the pelvis. We are going to be doing a lion-esque character today. So Now with the lion-esque characters, what's a little weird is getting the head to seem like it's able to fit the weight on here, so we are going to be using regular-esque proportions on this one. So within this regular proportion sheet, we're going to be going 1, 2, 3, 4 should be at the end of the pelvis. This is the torso. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. So what's the verse today, or do you figure it? You're gonna just pick a topic. Today's Bible study was actually on God's timing. I was thinking about God's timing, and I feel like pastors talk about God's timing quite a bit. And that's what we went into. And the commentary went into Moses today. Okay, so these are our 3 immovable masses. So if we think, okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 is at the end of the kneecap. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't have like a set schedule in terms of like how I'm going to go about doing these Bible studies, but the thing is, there's enough information on the internet that I feel like it's readily available to everybody. And the other weird thing is there's basically a commentary for every single verse. That would be actually an interesting thing to think about is there a verse that does not have a commentary? Which I do not know. Okay, so let's see here. This is the end of the knee. This one is we're going to have this one knee up like this. So let's see if this would work. 1, 2, 3, 4, end of the pelvis. 5, 5.5. This is pushed into a perspective. So it's a foreground perspective. So this is actually, so instead of having the leg like this, it's actually pushed up like that. Yeah, God's timing. There's a lot of verses that go into God's timing. Now, one of the commentaries today actually did go into Moses and how Moses, in his, what was it bringing up? Maybe impatience, he actually murdered somebody. It's kind of strange to think about that Moses actually murdered somebody, right? Very odd to think about. Okay, let's put in our deltoid. Delta is split into 3 parts. I need to have this as like the Word of God, so I might even just have the Word of God right there. All right, let's put in. Oh, actually, I totally got that wrong. This would be deltoid right here. Now I should have the shield. I mean, I could just have the shield kind of like. Yeah, this one's coming by pretty fast. I'm trying to do it without the thumbnail. I kind of go back and forth doing thumbnails and without the thumbnails. I'm also thinking we could change the shield too. We could have the shield up front, which honestly that might even be better. Having the shield in the front. Generally, if you put the shield in the front, you can actually get away with drawing less. Which that's actually what we might do. Let's try it out. Okay, so we have deltoid. Now see, these shields are nice because when you do it like that, you don't have to draw as much. Now we are going to try and make this a Lion Knight, so... I don't know if I should have the shield like this or like the other way. I think we're going to have it like that, though. Anyways, eat some salt. Salt, 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 salt. I know I sound weird, but I actually do eat a lot of salt. Now this one is very similar to another Lion Knight that we've done previously. I'm trying to change it up a little bit though. Alright, so this is one of the hardest parts about the Lion Knights. It's his head. But I think we got most of it down. Now what we're going to do is we're going to sharpen this pencil up. Which do I have my knife in here? And take her knife. I'm just going to sharpen this up in the trash can.
How are you doing, Bambina? Have you been drawing at all? So we've sharpened our pencil up. Coming in a nub right up in here. So we have somewhat our main things established. Let's actually kind of go right here and just establish our proportion sheet once again. So we have 1. We are using normal human proportion on this character. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually kind of got that a little bit off. That's generally where it's at. So then from here, what we're going to do is we are going to be establishing with our somewhat semi-permanent layer, which this layer is somewhat of our commitment layer, which we're really going to have to commit to it. So let's send it. And I'd like to almost think that this technique that we're doing, it's almost just send it, just like you're just going with it. We're trying to do it as fast as possible, and we're just working on basically 2 layers. It's almost like if maybe not even 2 layers. It's actually like a layer, but then also we have a layer that we can erase. Lately it's been a little here and there. I've gotten so many ideas, but for some reason it's difficult to get much down. Sometimes you just gotta doodle, you know? Or even just, I mean, a good thing is just to draw, like just set like 20 minutes a day, you know, and just doodle something, right? What also might help too is drawing smaller in the scale, drawing smaller in your scaling. Okay, so let's establish this figure. We're starting with our line of action, which is this is the spine of the figure. We're establishing our head. We're establishing the torso now of the figure. This is our pelvis. And it sounds weird, but I'm actually drawing through the forms. So even though we have a leg through here, I'm going to be drawing, we're basically establishing everything from the inside out. Let's split the pelvis in half. Split that in half. This is our leg. This is our other leg. Why we drew this pelvis is, see how I split that in half right there? That's how we figure out that's where that thigh muscle goes right there. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, you know one thing you could do, Bambina? If you copy the entire how to construct a figure from George B. Bridgman, that one really helps. I've copied that book front to back probably 7 times. Alright, now what are we doing? We're establishing our deltoid. Deltoid is split into 3 parts. Our that's actually tricep. Bicep, that would be forearm muscle. Let's do it on this side. Or I guess we could establish the sword now too.
Establish this deltoid. And even though we're putting a shield on top, I like to draw through the forms to see how it's working. All right. Now we're going back to this pencil. We are going to be cleaning up a lot of this, though let's put in a little bit more. I'm also figuring out where I could put the Bible. I think maybe we could have it on a chain right here or something. But now what we're going to be doing is now we're going with this one and we're going to clean up a lot of this stuff. And maybe how I should be doing it is we should maybe clean up and then work on the portrait. But how I remember how I was doing it lately is I just go in now and we're just gonna clean up the entire thing, roughly cleaning up the entire thing. Maybe I should get a bigger eraser. That's actually one purchase I might make. Getting a bigger eraser to speed up this process. Now the thing is, I've been kind of changing my technique a little bit every now and then. If you guys haven't been noticing, sometimes we'll do a little thumbnail, we'll build the thumbnail out. Sometimes I won't erase that layer right there, and sometimes we'll just go into another layer. But I don't know, from last week, it seems like when I just clean it up right away, it does kind of speed up the process because then I know I have to reestablish these lines again. All right, so we've cleaned it up now. Now what we're gonna do is we are gonna be doing the Brad Rigney technique, and we are going to be working on the hardest areas first, which will be like portrait and then hands, and then we'll build everything else up. And we do have enough room on this one where we might actually put a bike in the back, potentially. But I was also maybe thinking about putting wings, but I'm not sure. What's going to be pretty challenging right now is we're going to be trying to make this a lion. I know it sounds weird. I haven't drawn a lion in a while. And let me see if this playlist is on shuffle. I don't think it is. Okay, so right now we are going to be establishing this right now. Now this is a hard part. We can have this face looking towards us, towards this way, towards that way. It could be facing this way, that way. I'm not sure yet, actually. I mean, I'm thinking maybe there would be arrows in this, or flaming darts on here. So maybe he would be looking this way, or it could be looking this way. So I'm looking this way. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to block this head out. So we're going to think about this as a block of mass. Which maybe I might not do it that direction actually, because now it looks kind of weird, huh? And see, this cube's very important because from this cube we split everything in half. This cube is very, very important of how we're going to set the tone of this. Which maybe we should have it in the front like that, huh? How should we have this? Should we have it facing this way in the front? I mean, I guess maybe we could even have it facing towards us this way. I don't know, huh? How should we have this? That is the question, everybody. How should we... Thinking maybe even having it this way might be good, because then the darts would be like this, maybe. Let's try it that way then. I was going to have it look it that way, but we're going to maybe try it this way now. Okay, so see how we've made this block? Now we're going to split this block in half. Split it in half again. Now the hard part about the lion heads is making the mane look like it fits on the character. That's the hardest part. So let's just kind of experiment right now. Let's see what happens if we just quickly kind of just establish some of this. So we're going to try and figure out this block first, because I know generally where I mess up, especially with these lion knights, is you want to do the mane, right? The mane is fun, right? But the thing is what messes it up if I get this proportion wrong and then I put the mane on it, I literally have to erase this, redo that, and then redo the mane. So it's very important to get this one down. The strong and brave plant cat lion holds the shield of faith and leans on the sword of the spirit. That's kind of what it is, huh? That's funny. Let's redo some of these eyes. This eye is a little janky up in here. Now the cool thing about like drawing like this is basically like playing a video game, you know? Or kind of viewing it as. This is basically just the RPG game. And the thing is a lot of RPG games, this is actually how they get created, is from, you know, concept art, and then we take these concept arts and we 3D it out. Now, it'd be cool. I mean, how crazy would it be if we were to commit all our ways to the Lord, right? It really makes me wonder, how would the Lord want us to do all this stuff, right? I don't know. Now, we are thinking about a little bit of anatomy. So if we see this line right here, I forgot what line that is, but there's this bone in both animals and humans. They're very similar. Anatomy speaking, anyway. Not saying that we are like these things, but if we were to break it down anatomically, we would find out that there would be an eye socket. There's that one part with the jaw. The jaw connects right here. There's the jawbone muscle. There's one thing that goes up in here. I forgot what it's called. I know that now the thing is, if you study anatomy, there's actually names for all of these things. I just kind of remember it by shape. So what we're thinking is that there is an eye socket. This is kind of the cheekbone muscle. There's the nose cavity right here. We're thinking about this as the jawbone right here. This is the jaw. Now let's see if we can add in a lion's mane up in here, travelers. Can we draw a lion's mane on here? This is just funny, huh? Alright, let's see here. So since we've gotten this hard part completed, let's see if now we can add a lion's mane to this. So now from this, now we can go in and potentially make it a little bit more wild. George B. Bridgman. That's where I studied my anatomy. Now, he goes in pretty gnarly about it, but he also simplifies it. Like I was saying, that's where I learned figure drawing. I've learned my anatomy and my figure drawing from George Bridgman. And the reason why I started studying George Bridgman is because of one of my favorite artists, Frank Frazetta. He studied George Bridgman. Now, the thing is, you don't have to be 100% accurate, right? But I think just learning, I think the biggest one is the proportions one. Learning the proportions, how to do that, and then doing the rest. Oh, I forgot ears. We forgot ears, everybody. How do the ears go up in here? The ears would be, let's see here. Like right here, right? Little ears. Now, the other thing about these Lion Knights is also there is a very gnarly, I think it's gnarly, but I mean, I guess not even gnarly, but in MTG there are these like cat folks, and there's this guy named Ajani, and he's kind of like this Lion Knight guy. Now, I did leave a little bit of room on purpose because I think we're going to put a little halo on this guy. Okay, so I'm digging the portrait. Now what we are going to be doing is we are going to be committing to this portrait now. So we're taking our commitment line and we're going to be going in there now. And so when I do it with this line right here, this is basically kind of cementing in that we are going to be establishing this. And so now it almost, when we do this, it almost gives us a save point, right? It's almost like working in a digital medium, but instead of digital where you can just keep erasing your layers, this is basically like a permanent layer where you can never erase it. Holy moly! Somebody's raiding me. What the? Let's see here. Who's raiding? Who'd it be? Oh, Consumed by Him. Oh, what's up, man? Man, Consumed, you're a rad dude, bro. Thank you so much, dude, for just all the edification and just uplifting all the time. I really appreciate it. You do not have to do that, Consumed by Him. You're awesome, bro. Right now, we're drawing a Lion Knight. We're trying to, anyway. Trying to draw a Lion Knight. So now what we're going to do, and if anybody's tuning in, the mediums that we're using is this right here is just simple computer paper. We are using computer paper. We are using a Papermates. Papermates, this is a big one, break resistant clear point 0.5 pencil. I do like, this is actually a new item that I've been using, and it has a spring in there. See if, I don't know if you guys can see that, there's a spring in here. So when you press down, there's like a shock, and you break a lot. It's actually sped up my process so much where even though this pencil is very bulky, I would say it's almost two of these pencils, which this is the pencil. These are the pencils I used to use, right? The problem is that it doesn't have the shock, and if I press down too hard, the lead breaks. So this has actually sped up the process quite drastically. Then we're using a Crayola colored pencil. I know this sounds strange, but we are using a Crayola colored pencil. The reason why I like the Crayola colored pencils is because they're very hard to erase. Now that's actually the very reason people do not like the the very reason why people do not like the Crayola colored pencils is actually the very reason why I do like the Crayola colored pencils. Now these three items, this is generally what I use, these three items: computer paper, this pencil, and then this pencil. We have entered into using something that you actually do have to go to the art store for, and it's this pencil, or not this pencil, this eraser. This is a Mono Zero Tombow 2.3 eraser. Now this is like a mechanical pencil, but it's an eraser at the top. Farewell, Consumed by Him. I hope you have a good one, man. Keep it up. Keep shining your light, Consumed by Him. And anybody out there as well. I hope you guys are shining your light, and don't be afraid to shine your light. Even if you mess up, I would even say even if you mess up. Because there's a lot of verses that go into, perfect love casts out fear. I mean, Now, take this with a grain of salt. I have heard some pastors say that something about fear is meant, like, do not fear is mentioned like 365 times in the Bible. I don't know if that's actually correct, so take that with a grain of salt, but I have heard some pastors say that. I don't know, have you guys heard that? Wow, this guy's really gnarly right here. Man, this guy's like a tornado, dude. Look at this guy. How is he doing that? Bro, that guy looked like a tornado. Those are really cool. And also, if any of you guys want me to follow you, just let me know. And I love following other believers. I've heard that, but I've also heard do not fear is indeed mentioned 365 times in the Bible. See? Okay. Yeah, just take it with a grain of salt, because I think I have heard some people say other things as well, too. Okay, so right now we're doing the bread reading technique. Which I guess we could go a little bit deeper into the portraits. I guess maybe that's what we'll do right now. Which we were also going to try and potentially ink it out, but I don't know. But the ink's been very intimidating for me, and I also just feel that I don't know if I should be inking them out, but maybe I should be, because it's just good practice, I guess. One for every day of the year. Yeah, that's what I've heard, right? It's almost like a reminder, right? To trust in the Lord. Trust in the Lord. Okay, let's work on this hand now, and then we'll try to start working our way down. We might ink this out. I don't know yet. Lately, I will be honest. Lately, I have been on an ink roll. Just because, like, the thing is it's either I'm going to ink it right away, or I'm going to get very intimidated and I don't ink anything out. It may not be phrased that do not fear. I guess that's the other thing, right? Maybe it's not phrased that way. How was your stream consumed by him? What were you guys doing? Have there been any verses you guys have been thinking about? Today I attempted a Bible study devotional on God's timing, which I always feel like so many pastors talk about God's timing. And it's actually weird. I thought there would be way more commentaries on God's timing, but which there are a good amount of commentaries. I just thought there would be way more from when I looked it up. I've been noticing sometimes it's easier to find Bible commentaries on specific verses compared to like an overall topic. Like if you just pick a topic, sometimes it's a little harder to find stuff like that. You see, do not be afraid, don't despair, don't be afraid. Oh, interesting, yeah. I mean, the verses I have right now, somewhat, what that come to my mind is like, for God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, love, and of a sound mind. I might have misquoted that one. That one, and then perfect love casts out fear. What other ones? I know there's a bunch of other ones that mention fear. Sometimes, and I know it sounds weird, sometimes I even think about some like Star Wars thing. You know, like fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Now, I know that's not biblical, but I don't know. Sometimes I've just seen Star Wars so much. Yeah.
You real busy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
So I need to put a washer in the shower.
Okay. I'll do it after stream.
Okay. Because my hands aren't strong enough.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it after stream. I have a surprise regarding this coming soon. Amen. Seek him and you will find him. I love Star Wars. I mean, I always kind of, it's weird. Sometimes I wonder, it is strange how, like, it's weird when, like, I mean, maybe I just find this weird, but it's weird when, like, I guess certain storylines use names from the Bible, like Luke Skywalker. Well, where did that name come from? Luke, right? It's just, it's kind of funny, right? Okay, let's see here. What are we doing here? We're going to draw this. I don't know. I'm supposed to have this as the Word of God. I don't know how we're going to put it in there. I think I might just do a floating Bible right up here. I'm not sure about the hilt either. Maybe I might just do a simple hilt. Yeah, maybe we'll just do a simple hilt. Not sure though. Have a good one, Consume. Thank you for the raid, bro. You're always raiding me, dude. It's awesome. It's really cool. I really appreciate that, man. But I also apologize. I think my streams are probably pretty boring. I wish I could be entertaining all the time, but, I've noticed if you just keep doing it over and over and over again, it's kind of, sometimes I feel like it gets just mundane and repetitive, and that's kind of what I'm wondering is how do we break the repetitiveness when you kind of get into a flow state, Let's see here. How are we going to do this hilt? I wouldn't know. I'm very inconsistent with things. I mean, I guess that's the thing that I do kind of like about streaming is streaming kind of does get you in this weird, like, consistent mindset, especially if you stream every day. Shout outs to people that stream out every day. Like, it definitely kind of puts you on that kind of, like, consistency mindset, which I think it's good, right? But also, there's kind of also that, like, how do we break the mundane of it all, right? Which is not boring to me, but I just feel like as a viewer, it might be pretty boring to watch. Just me just draw. Because I just feel like just this is just watching just paint dry. No, I am going to put a little heart right here somewhere. Okay, well, we got this part done. And by the way, if you guys start drawing these characters, so a good way to speed up your process is if you just put a shield right here. See how there's all this stuff that we had another hand right here that would be really hard, which we might actually draw a little bit of that hand sticking out right there.
It's your platform, your stage, run it the way you wish. Yeah, that is true. Now the thing is that I have noticed, man, there's some streamers that they're just like always high energy like all the time, right? I'm like, man, how do you guys just be like that all the time? Now the one streamers that I do get a little tripped out on are the ones that are always angry all the time. Or maybe I think they play into it almost like a character, right? They act angry, or they get very angry when something happens in their game, and you're just like, I just feel like, man, I could not live that way. That would just be stressful. Like, holy moly. But I guess some people get angry at different things, right? I think I'm gonna put a little heart right here or something. Maybe a heart right here. It's relaxing watching and has its own dialogue while we listen. Now, I am trying to think about Proverbs 28:1, which actually Proverbs 28:1 was the very first Bible verse I remember memorizing. It was, the wicked flee, though no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Which, do you guys remember the very first verse you guys remember memorizing? Now, I think when I was a kid, I actually think I did memorize probably like John 3:16 or like Genesis 1:1 or something, but in terms of like when I kind of got into the Bible on my own accord, right? And I really was like, huh. That one really hit me. I think it's just probably because it mentioned lions. Now I remember, we are going to try and equip a breastplate on here. And what happened to my chat? My chat went, oh, here it is. I don't know if we're going to put a shoulder pad on this guy. I think we might just do like the breastplate. Let's just give it a go. By the way, the other thing, I don't know if anybody tuned in, but this is actually one of the reasons why I like using this colored pencil. Is it kind of gives me an underlayer, so if I go over on top of this, I can erase it, and that underlayer will still be there. What is this? Oh, this is Pedal documentary. I don't remember the first verse memorized, but I can say my favorite verse almost changes daily. Yeah, same here. There's just so many verses that kind of come to mind. I always find it interesting, the verses that come to mind from other believers too. Because I feel like I can't remember every single verse, and every time I meet a believer, they always like bring up a verse. I'm like, I didn't think about that one. Okay, let's experiment with this breastplate. Might keep that breastplate. Maybe we could put even a cross right here,
Because I would want to put a cross like right there. But I guess maybe we could go... little cross. A little badge. Are any of you guys playing the new WoW expansion? I haven't gotten it yet. Okay, let's do this deltoid. I feel like, so I do want to say I don't really play too many games at the moment. I feel like this is basically my video game. It's either I'm going to be drawing or I'm going to be playing. I mean, I guess I could do both, but I do know generally if I'm either going to be playing the video game or I'm going to be drawing. I just try and treat this as the video game now. Okay, let's keep going down. I potentially want to ink this up, but I don't know. Let me change the music. We're changing the music, everybody. We're going to this one. Actually, let's see here. What music should we listen to? I'm going to listen to this. Okay, let's work on this part right here. Now see how we did this like armor like this? I think, you know what I might do? I might even like make it a little bit like it has like that kind of like that little ridge right there. I haven't really done that. Let's see how we did this little ridge. So maybe we can take this element and put it into other areas too. I'm not sure if we should have like a knee pad. We might just have like boots or something. Maybe he's going to be wearing shin guards. It's kind of like playing an RPG game. If you start drawing this way, it's basically like we're playing an RPG game, everybody. We're just grinding out these items. But also we're taking elements. So see how we did this little ridge? We're going to take this same element and we're going to add it into this shin guard right here. Put the little ridges like that. I haven't played WoW since around when Kata came out, then jumped back in for Pandaland for a short time. Yeah, so the other funny thing, if you guys didn't know, this stream that you guys are watching right now, this actually used to be a WoW stream. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I didn't used to do Bible studies. I didn't used to do bike riding on the stream. I didn't even used to draw on the stream. How this stream actually started out, it was actually me playing WoW. But the thing is my computer is kind of a potato. Well, the computer that I started streaming on. And so I would be playing WoW, but I would be playing it on like the lowest settings. And so like, I'm pretty sure nobody would want to watch WoW like that. So, yeah. peace sign on here too. Because these are supposed to be the boots of the gospel. I mean, maybe right here. These are supposed to be the boots of the gospel of peace. Yeah, 7 FPS. What category? I think I'm in art, right? Or did I not change it? I might have not changed it. I might be in art at the moment. I generally go just chatting, BMX Streets, the video game, but I just ride BMX. And then health and fitness and health. I actually get a lot of views from fitness and health, by the way, because there's not many. It's not a saturated category. Because I feel like that's the other thing is some of these categories, like there's just so many people, right? So in order to find some of these smaller streamers, you have to like go back like 50 pages, right? Unless you change like your view count thing, but
As long as roll was well, so I could get enough grip on it.
okay.
So it's done.
I'll help you out when I'm done.
Don't have to, it's fixed.
Okay. So we got this part done. I think this looks kind of janky still. So we might have to go back into this part. Figure out how to... By the way, these lion knights are very hard for me to draw. I don't draw too many of these lion knights because they are a bit more challenging for me. But it is kind of fun to try and do them every now and then. If you guys have any tips on how to draw lion knights. The hardest part about these lion knight characters is trying to get this lion head to like kind of seem like it's for the character. It's always hard for some reason. Let me change the music. We're changing the music. The other cool thing, if you guys didn't know, I generally listen to game music a lot. Because it's copyright free. Okay, what are we doing right here? We could put a strap. We do have a strap right there. We also have these little ridges. Maybe we should put the ridges on the sword as well. I think we're gonna actually, let's see here. Let's try and work on this shield now. Oops, I think I got that. Oh no, it's not good. There's a little crack in there. That sounds weird, huh? Yeah. I thought it was more dramatic. Huh. What music should we listen to? What about this one? part's very confusing. I don't know what I'm doing right here. Guess we could just put oh yeah, we need to put a belt up on here as well. Let's do that. Okay, so this is in the middle of the character. See, this is actually a good thing, because I don't know if you guys didn't see like the beginning of this, but this is actually built on 3 blocks. There's this block right here, and then there's this block. You can't really see it, but it's right there. This block right here, and then also see this block right here. This is actually the pelvis block right here. But then from there, we can actually figure out that the belt would like sit like about right there. So let's try and draw belts up in here. Subtle belt, I guess. I forgot we actually put this. So this is actually the hard part, because we actually have another leg over here, but we have to somehow draw this shin. Well, I guess if you want it unison, you don't have to have your armor pieces unison, but we have to figure out how we're going to draw this shape right here, but over on this leg right here, and how much. And we can already see it's not fully wrapped around the leg. I was kind of thinking that it would kind of have like a little belt buckle right there. Put some like chainmail right here. This character is weird. This one's hard. We're entering into the very hard stage of, I kind of don't like it and it's kind of cringy, but I've already put this much time into it, so we just got to go with it. So that's where we're at, everybody, if you guys are wondering. And this is how a lot of these drawings are. I kind of like, they're like so cringy where I kind of don't want to finish them, but we just somehow finish them. We try again the next day. We're going to use this pencil. We're going to see if we can put a cross on here. We might ink it out. We might maybe mess around with the ink. I don't know if I should have the cross go all the way down. I guess we'll have it like that. Or should I have it like stopped right there? We'll have it all the way down. I know some of the shields that I've seen, they'll just do like a little cross like that, and then some of the shields go all, like it's like a full-on cross right there. I guess we'll do full-on cross. I'm also trying to figure out where I could put a Bible up in here. I might put the Bible right here or something. I guess we could put another cross right here too on the shin guard. Something I like to do as well. Now that's kind of the fun thing to do, is you could just add in a bunch of little crosses. Yeah, it's strange that people are even watching this stream, I'm gonna be honest. I streamed for a long time and not many people would watch. I'm kind of used to it, actually. It took me a little bit of time to learn how to kind of like talk and draw at the same time. I will say that was kind of something I wasn't used to in the beginning when I started streaming the drawing. Do we do a tail? I don't know if we are going to do a tail. Yeah, maybe we will do a tail then. Land tails are kind of fun to draw. Now I'm kind of just guessing right now, right? But now I will be honest, I've never read Chronicles of Narnia. Does that have any biblical connotations to it? Because I know there's a line in that movie, or that book, but I've never read the book. Because I know C.S. Lewis was a believer, right? Was that before he got converted or after he got converted? We're gonna kind of commit to some of these lines now, by the way. The entire series does. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, huh? It's always interesting seeing the drawing process. I guess I should put in the flaming darts, right? We did it last time. Where's our last drawing? I guess we don't have to look at the last drawing, but I remember I did the darts like really kind of like made it look like it was in the shield, or like they were like getting flung. We'll do one right here. And then we'll do like one right here, maybe. Which it is kind of strange to think about one of the weapons that the enemy uses are flaming darts. Have you guys heard your pastors or any other believers talk about that? I have started on The Magician's Nephew but never finished it. I really should finish it. Is that a C.S. Lewis book? I've never read any of C.S. Lewis. Didn't like I heard something like J.R. Tolkien like converted him or something like that, right? Or he was like a friend of J.R. Tolkien. Oh, first book of the Narnia series. Interesting. Huh. They went to school together, huh? I did not know that. Trying to think how I could do... I mean, I guess maybe I could write spirit right here. And then maybe put a book right there. Let's see what that would look like. Because it's like the sword of the Spirit, something like that. Not sure about that. I think we are going to try and put a Bible right there somehow. Let's try that. Let's try a different, I don't know what that end cap thing's called. I know this part's called the hilt, but... Lewis got into loads of trouble trying to get his books accepted by the literary community since he mixed all the legend mythical creatures together. I did not know that, huh? Now, it is kind of strange. I did meet some believers, actually somewhat recently, a couple months ago, and they were like totally against like J.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, which I've never met any believers that were like that, but it was really weird. I guess you can't make all the believers happy, right? I didn't even know there was any believers that thought that those guys were controversial. Because I feel like it's always the opposite, right? But basically what these guys were bringing up is they were saying like J.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, they wrote about magic and stuff like this. But I don't know, man. I never thought about it that way. I feel like every believer I guess not every believer because I just met those guys, but like most believers I meet, they always say good things about C.S. Lewis and J.R. Tolkien. I wonder how I could do, maybe I'll do like a book like a Bible like this. How can we draw the... I mean, I guess that's how I kind of want to... Let's see here. This is supposed to be like the sword of the Spirit. I will be honest, I've never done a book like this before. I don't want to draw a bike right here. That'd be cheap. I've actually never drawn the Lion Knight with a bike, so I guess this area is kind of bland. What we can do is we could take this proportion right here and just draw a bike right there. Bikes are fun to draw. I've never known much about them. I wasn't allowed to read some fantastical books, Harry Potter and stuff, but that's obviously different. I think... No, actually, I don't know if this is true. I mean, I've never read those books either. I've seen the movies. I'm going to be honest. I'll be really honest with you guys. I was never a big reader. Growing up. I mean, you know, it's kind of funny. I would always just watch the movies and stuff like that, but... Who was the person that wrote Harry Potter? I think she might be a believer too. I might be wrong on that though, but... God created magic or science. If educated, trusting in him is the best direction. Now, what I have heard some believers go into is I guess there are different I guess schools of magic or something like that, and also just thinking about the magi, and some people say like magic is a derivative of the word magi, and there was the three magi that went and saw the Lord Jesus Christ when he was a baby in the barn. Some people equate magi with the word magistrate. So I don't know. And thinking about Lord of the Rings, it is kind of strange thinking about that there was the evil magic, and then there was the magic that they were trying to use for good or something like that. But I guess that gets controversial, and that's kind of what those believers that I met were bringing up. But I don't know. How are we going to draw this bike? I think I kind of want to push it a little bit more out. It's so funny. I've never drawn a lion knight with the bike. This is hilarious. I do want to say I apologize to anybody if I'm offending anybody, or because also here's the other thing I want to bring up, because I know now I'm starting to meet some younger believers, and they go, well, I'm not allowed to do this or that or play this game or play Pokemon or whatever. I want to tell you, if anybody out there is even going to watch this stream like that, I just want to say I'm not the grand arbiter of what you should and shouldn't be doing. I guess that's up to your parents to decide, but I will say it is confusing a lot of younger believers, especially if you're raised in public schooling, and it's like the whole when you're a little kid and you see all your other friends doing something and you go, well, why are all my friends able to do that? And you tell that to your parents. And so unfortunately that's happening more and more and more, I think. A clear way to understand the difference between whether it's good or bad magic, as miracles are also considered the same. Do they rely on Jesus, or they think they are the source? Huh. That's an interesting one, huh? Definitely when I was little, I struggled with that, but I realized my mother was just watching out for me. I'm grateful for her. Yeah. Yeah, because, I recently, met some believers and are like, Pokemon's evil and all that. I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm like, and I feel bad because I'm just like, I feel bad because I know their friends and stuff are playing Pokemon or whatever, and it's just like, I don't know, man. It's so strange, thinking about, secular society, but then also thinking that, some believers think that it's not, you shouldn't be doing this or that, but then, I don't know. I wish that, I honestly just wish that more people, more of, secular companies would just give God even just a little bit of glory, right? It's not that hard to do, right? But I think now what kind of is strange is then when the kids go to school and they're like, well, my friends are doing this, and that's, I think, when it gets hard. I might not have that one right there. That one's kind of getting in the way. That dart right there is kind of getting in the way. That's the devil's plan, to distract any way possible away from Jesus. That's the short answer, yeah. Very true. No, the other thing is that, the other thing I've been thinking about, well, actually not I have been thinking about, if you guys type in biblical stewardship like biblical stewardship, like Bible or sermon on YouTube, dude, there's like hundreds and hundreds of sermons on biblical stewardship, right? Now, I think it might have been, I don't remember if it was Tony Evans or Wash, I don't know who it was, honestly. I forgot who it was, but it was one of those like gnarly, like kind of a bigger name pastor. And he said that basically all of the ills that we're seeing in society and humanity today is because of the lack of biblical stewardship. Like kind of like hiding our talents in the dirt. I'm going to put a little gusset right there. It's so funny, this character has a bike that's just hilarious. He's going to have brakes too. This is just hilarious, just drawing the bikes like this.
Wrong is wrong even if everyone is doing it. Right is right even if no one is doing it. I mean, you say, I heard something similar, like do the right thing even when no one is watching. Isn't that what integrity means? I think that's what integrity means, right? That'd be a good Bible study. Integrity. I mean, that's kind of the weird thing too, is like, it's strange, like thinking about like Matthew 5:14 through 16. It's about like, you are a city set on a hill that cannot be hidden. I mean, you hear so many believers say, we need to shine our light for God's glory and stuff like that, right? Well, it's kind of weird because within the some sermons that talk about biblical stewardship, a lot of, basically every single sermon that talks about biblical stewardship brings up the parable of the talents, right? And how if we think about the parable of the talents, there's the one servant that goes and hides his talent in the ground. And it's weird because some pastors go into like, well, we shouldn't be afraid to hide our talent in the ground. We should be shining our light for God's glory, right? And if we follow Jesus Christ, he brings us into the light, right? But I guess the thing is that's strange about the light is when we are in the light, sometimes our sins get exposed. Sometimes our failures get exposed. Sometimes our embarrassments get exposed. Our weaknesses get exposed when we do go into the light. You know, I actually might do like I just saw this guy, he has like some V-bars. I kind of want to put V-bars on this bike maybe. Maybe not, but... Isn't that our cross to bear?
I guess, yeah. I mean, thinking about... That is strange that you bring that up, because there is that kind of, that thing where, you know, the Lord Jesus Christ, he says, you know, pick up our cross daily, right? Now, I've read a lot of commentaries on that, and it's weird because I even get confused even when I think about it right now. If you look up, like, that verse, I forgot what verse it is, but it's that, the verse that says, pick up our cross daily, deny ourselves, and pick up our cross daily. A lot of people equate that with, like, picking up our burdens daily and stuff like that. But the thing is that what some of the commentaries go into is that it's almost like picking up our cross is almost like, would we be willing to even sacrifice our life for God, you know? Because that's actually what Jesus did for us. And, man, it's really strange to think about that. I might just write spirit on this sword. I don't know if I'm going to do the floating Maybe I could do a little one. It's like hard to like draw it in there right. I might do the verse right here. And he said to them all, if anyone will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Yeah, that's an interesting one, right? And the cross was not this little thing, you know. If you look up, I looked up like, well, how heavy was the cross? Some people say the cross was like 300 pounds, which I was like, what in the world? I never knew it was that heavy, you know, like. So that's actually why I do like looking for crosses too, right? In a video game, in music, in anything, I just like find, like even the littlest cross. Maybe that's what I should do. I should put like the littlest little cross right up in here. That's what I like to find. Well, you know what? I might actually do just a circle one. That's what I might do. A little cross right there. Well, definitely a large weight. Yeah, there's like these guys that on YouTube, they like built one and they're like carrying it around. They're like, what in the world? We didn't know it was like this. I didn't know it was like that either. Draw this tail. I feel like I need to work on that head again. Yeah, I like finding crosses, even like the Dogtown. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, Lords of Dogtown. But a lot of these guys from that movie became gnarly believers. Man, I kind of want to ink it out, but also there's a part of me that doesn't. Let's see if I actually went a little bit too far on the hilt, and look, I can't erase it. No! I'm gonna have to live with it. Fudge. That's the problem. That's what happens when I speed up. I mean, you can erase it a little bit, but it's just there. I have to live with it. This will just go in this. I kind of even want to maybe push that halo down a little bit. Maybe we'll do that too, because that halo looks a little high. I also, when I do these illustrations, I also think about how I'm taking the picture of it. And sometimes if you draw something too close to this edge at the top, it's like hard to get a picture of it for some reason, because it like always like crops it weird. That guy in the clip just flipped off his bike on the... Holy moly, I wasn't watching. These guys are straight warriors. I actually watched this last week. That's actually a really gnarly BMX rider, Matt Hoffman. Did he have a cross on his... Wait a minute. I think I just saw a cross on his... Oh wait, no, that's... Was that a cross? I don't know if that was a cross. Wait a minute. I thought this
I don't know if it is a cross. I was thinking that this little thing on right here might be a cross, but I don't think it is. Maybe it is. It kind of looks like a cross, but I don't know if it is. I think it might actually be a cross, huh?
But yeah, I also want to say, you guys are in no obligation to watch this stream. You guys could just lurk. You guys don't even have to write anything. Because I feel like my stream's probably pretty boring. And basically just watch paint dry. That one's a little bit right. I pushed it one more notch down. I think that one's going to work. That one is going to work. Let's commit to it. This is our commitment pencil, by the way. I guess I wouldn't say I'm judging myself. I just don't want to waste anybody's time. That's the thing. I do appreciate you guys even spending a little bit of time. Let's put a little buckle right here. It'll be like a buckle for the shoes, I guess. Very chill stream. It's kind of crazy. I actually got burnt out at drawing. There was this guy, his name's Creative Fit, and he kind of like got me back into drawing. It's kind of crazy. I wonder what happened to that guy. I hope you're doing all right, Creative Fit, if you're out there. He's actually the one that got me affiliate. It was insane. Like, this guy would just like, because I would do these really long streams, and he would just have the stream on just so I could get a little viewer thing. Now I do need to get into this again. See how these lines are like really thick in here? I gotta thicken some of these lines out up in here. I'm kind of hesitant. If you guys didn't notice, I'm like hesitant, like chicken scratching up in there. Let's kind of go back in there and let's actually go into this as well. And also might put in a couple more darts. Oh, that was two. Lion Knight. I might put like one dart right by the peace sign. There is no expectation bringing us into your world of art is nice. Thank you. I think I might put another one right here. I'll put one more up in here, maybe. Go into this a little bit more confidently. Chicken scratched a lot of these lines. Which maybe I should just go in and ink it right now, but I think I just bent the paper, darn. We bent the paper, no. Oh well, we're gonna have to live with that now. That's the problem about traditional medium, I guess, darn it. Oh well. Oh well, I guess it's gonna just have to give it some character. So the other thing that's hard about these drawings too is sometimes like I do want to redo this, but then I'm in that mode of like, should I erase it? Should I just keep it? Hesitating a lot on these lines. These lines are getting janky. If I should try and ink it out. Should we ink it out or should we not? Which is the question. I wonder if I should ink it out. I'm gonna change the music.
That's right, buckos. It's time to get squeaky clean with Minecraft.
I might redo these eyes. Let's redo them. committed to it. I have to remember that we can try so many variations up in here, so. These things are hard. The line nights are hard. I just feel like I don't know what I'm doing. It just feels like I'm guessing right here. Working on this sword. We're guessing on a lot of this stuff, everybody. What are we doing, everybody? I don't know. This is where the doubt sets in, everybody. I've gone so far in now. This is where the doubt starts, and I start questioning if I should finish this thing. I do kind of want to just straight up ink this thing out. I'm wondering if I should put a little floating Bible right there too. Huh. I mean, it is supposed to be the Word of God, honestly. Maybe. And take that one off again. I don't know how that would be right there. Maybe we might go back to the one we did earlier. How do we have that as the Word of God? Maybe the one that we did earlier, but maybe smaller. Guess maybe that's gonna be it. Should we just commit to it so I don't change my mind? I've tried like 4 different little things right there. Thank you. I think somebody phoned me. Thank you for that. See all the different variations we tried, everybody. Now I gotta commit to it now. You guys can't tell, sometimes I'm very I don't make these commitments, but I feel like that's why I started liking this pencil. Because sometimes I'll just be sitting there just fiddling. Just like, I want to try this. Now it's like, nope, now we're going with it. No, I can't change it. Let me change this. I'm watching up in here. Blank cat, blank cat, blank cat. What else are we doing in here? Do you guys have any tips or tricks to offer me? I kind of want to redo that eye again. Let's do it. You see, this is where it gets kind of challenging, because there's sometimes you're just like, I don't want to hit it again. But also there's that time where I just like, you just get that inclination, or just like, I feel like I could just do that eye better. I gotta just think about it as a video game. We're just grinding this out. How can we do this, everybody? How could we do this? The thing is I'm also trying to like think, should I make this guy look angry? Make him look. I just feel like the eyes are very sensitive. To just the slightest little thing. I don't want him to make him look too angry. That's the hardest part, because it's so easy. Like if you made that eye just like one little degree, like right down there, it makes the character look very angry. And the thing is like a lot of characters I did in the past, like I didn't really like think about that, because if you see like a lot of like characters in video games and stuff, they actually kind of do look angry, because they're just like, you know, you want to make a character look stern and like hardy and stuff like that. It's like, how can we make a character look not too angry, but also able to protect themselves? That is the challenge, everybody. If you guys have any tips on that, let me know. Okay, so see how there's this cheekbone right here? Let's put one over. Also, there's many lines right here that I guessed. You can see I started just chicken scratching it, just. You can tell I'm guessing a lot of these lines. So let's kind of go back and hit this stuff and make them a little bit more confident. Because I really like these like lines where it's just like one line. I'm also okay, so I'm thinking that the hair is kind of going like so also let's try and think about it. Okay, so there, we have to think that there's this one right here. Okay, so that one started from the chin, or the cheekbone right there. Okay, let's start it like that. And then the next one, it ends at the ear. There we go. And then the next one goes right there. And then that. I don't know about that. No, that part's really hard right there. I don't know what I'm doing. You guys are seeing the struggle right now. Anybody watching this right now. The beginning's pretty easy, but this stuff now, it gets kind of confusing. Should we do little whiskers? We'll just do like little lines for the... Going into a lot of this character right now, or this portrait. We got one little tooth right there. It's hard to see, but there's a little tooth right there. Give him the shield a little bit more. Maybe we might have the shield a little bit battered. Like he's blocked some blows. Let's put some contour lines up. I think they're called contour lines. I actually don't know what they're called. Maybe form lines. You guys know what those are called? I don't know what they're called. I just call them like roundy lines. Kind of, it's almost like sculpture lines. Well, I guess we could put a little seed right there. Kind of with like Luke 8:11. I forgot about that actually. I'll put a little seed up here, everybody. Plant cat. Little seed. The littlest of seeds. Matthew 13:32. It is the smallest of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree so that the birds of the air come and make nests in its branches. Let's redo this halo. There's some chicken scratches up in there. I don't know how else to call them. I just call those lines little chicken scratch lines. It's basically lines that I'm not confident on, and I just start guessing them. And sometimes I have to redo the line a lot of times to get like confident with it. And unfortunately, I actually just made those kind kind of permanent, but we're gonna have to just go with it. Okay, let's do this. I don't know if we're inking this one, everybody. I'm kind of scared to ink it. Look at that cat. Holy chabunga. Chicken scratch lines right there. We have a little heart right there. That heart's a little off place. Let's make it more like a heart, because we are called to love our enemies. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's why I started putting that in there. Because sometimes I get comments saying that I'm promoting violence, so this is my way of, okay, I'm not forgetting those verses, everybody. I know this guy looked kind of gnarly, but that's why I'm going to put the heart in there, because we're actually called to love our enemies. I mean, it sounds crazy. How crazy would it be if every single gun just had a heart on it? That'd be insane. Imagine if every gun just had love your enemies inscribed on it. That would be gnarly. There we go. That way, if anybody says I'm promoting violence, we have a little heart in there. I am still on, Fufu. This is generally how much I normally stream. Though my streams have been a little shorter. I have been trying to make them shorter, but today's drawing is actually kind of challenging. I knew what I was getting into today, though. I was like, I'm going to try and do a Lion Knight. And if you guys see the epilogue of all the drawings that I've done, this is actually probably the 4th Lion Knight I've done. I haven't done too many of these Lion Knights. The reason why I don't do these Lion Knights is because they're really hard. This part is very hard. This right here. I've literally had to redraw that like 7 times. Maybe 5. I hope you're doing good. Fufu, what are you up to, man? What are you up to, Fufu? You find any solace on the question that you said to me earlier? Did you look it up on YouTube? I'm gonna be honest, that's my best answer, bro. Because sometimes I feel like I'm not the right one to give certain answers out, because I don't want to, like, you know, like, lead you astray or say something wrong or, you know, something like that. So I apologize if I can't answer you all the way. And I forgot I put chainmail right here. I guess we should put some over here. Maybe he's wearing like chainmail up in here too. When in doubt, chainmail it out. I guess this will be chainmail too. Yeah, it would be holy water gun instead of living water. Healing instead of hurting. Well, the other thing is there's also kind of like controversial things on, you know, when do we defend ourselves? I will be honest. I will be honest. I have asked some questions on when are there times when we actually don't love our enemies? Are there any times like that, right? And it's like, I have asked believers that, and sometimes they don't want to say that there are probably times like that, but I think there would be, especially like if you had to make a brash decision if someone was going to hurt your family, you know, like what would you take? Would you defend them or something like that? I think there are those decisions, and unfortunately we do live in the period where we have you know, technology in the form of guns that kills people in the matter of seconds, right? So, you know, in my own personal thing, I would say that if you were in that, now take my words with a grain of salt, I don't know if I'm fully correct, I might be completely wrong on this, but I would like to think that if you were in a situation where your family was in jeopardy and you had the opportunity to take them out with a gun or something, I mean, I think you would probably do that, just because of our technology that we have at the moment. And I know it sounds really weird for me to say that, but because I mean, I'm going to be honest, I wish we could just love our enemies all the time, but I think just because of where technology is at, maybe it's different, but but then also there are some believers that are like fully just like pacifists, kind of more like Leo Tolstoy and what's that guy's name? Dostoevsky. I think those guys were part of this band called the Wanderers. I did some studies. I've read some I've actually read a lot of Leo Tolstoy and a bit of, yeah, basically I haven't read any Dostoevsky. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but what was weird about Leo Tolstoy is I think he was a military general, and what started happening is that all these believers he would meet, they were like, well, why are we killing our enemies? Shouldn't we be feeding them? Shouldn't we be doing good to them? And it started causing some sort of controversies within, like, I guess just to sum it all up, killing people, right? It's like, you know, and I don't know, it's weird. I'm not the grand arbiter of what to do and what not to do, I will say that, but it is a weird thing to think about. Well, tomorrow I'm going to ask the lady out. No worries, bro. Every prayer would be appreciated. You would shoot them in the leg, huh? Now, I would like to think that hopefully the Lord would lead us not to be in those situations in the first place, you know, but I mean, I guess that's what I think sometimes, but okay, Allah, I think there's a difference though. You can love your enemies, but at the same time you have a duty to protect your family. It's why police officers often weep after being left with no choice but to defend themselves. Yeah, very true, huh? Oh, you were the new follower. Well, thank you for that response. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. Now, I do have some friends that are Catholic and stuff, and I do follow many Christian subreddits and stuff like that, and also I am on some Christian forums and stuff like that, and many times you hear a lot of questions from like Catholics and stuff like this, right? Now the weird question that I heard from some Catholic, or one Catholic that brought it up, is they said something about like, you know, making disciples of all nations. So, but what happens if, like, say potentially like the Catholic Church, like the guy was bringing up, what happens if there was like churches in every single country, right? But then what happens if there's a world war? Would believers ever have to fight other believers? And it was actually a very controversial question, because I was like, whoa. I didn't even think about something like that, but because we are called to make disciples of all nations. Stuff I didn't even think about. And I know a Catholic asked that, but also I think that question goes with basically any believer, honestly, just because of we are called to make disciples of all nations.
Let's see here. Some countries have no guns, police officers. I think it came from Consumed by Him raid, maybe? Oh, yeah.
I think you probably did come from the Consumed by Him raid. I also want to say I don't even know any of what to answer these questions, so. And right now I need to finish this out because I'm just kind of just like. I kind of don't like when I'm in that headspace of just kind of like guessing. I really like when it's just like one line. Okay, I guess we're gonna draw a cheesy bike on this character, which is ridiculous that a lion knight would have a bike, but I mean, I guess maybe he's a paladin or something. So let's draw this bike, everybody. Even though I know this seems ridiculous that he would have a bike, but they're fun to draw. And I guess this is a first for me. I haven't drawn a lion knight with a bike before, so.
Yeah, I thought so. I had to leave a lurk there. Glad to find your stream, loving the art. Oh, awesome.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other believers that are artists that I've been meeting. I haven't met any actually in a while, but they are out there. And hopefully there's more and more that start streaming. Because hopefully we can learn from each other. Oh yeah, and I forgot to tell you, these are the things that I'm using, by the way. I know a lot of artists like to see what we're using, right? This is just computer paper right here. So we're using just computer paper. There's computer paper. Then we're using this Papermate break resistant clear point 0.5, and it has a spring in here that doesn't break the lead as much, and these things are really, really nice. This has actually sped up my process quite dramatically, actually, because when you're like drawing it, just like your lead breaks. This has actually sped up the process a lot, which I didn't think so, because I actually kind of like to use minimal items, by the way. So this was my main pencil of choice, just this, but the lead breaks so easy. But then this one, these are just Crayola colored pencils. And we use the Crayola colored pencils because you can use a layering system and see right there how I messed that hilt up. Well, I can't really erase it anymore. It's just kind of just there now. Even though but the thing is, this is why people don't like the Crayolas. But this is actually the reason why I do like the Crayolas, is because it makes me commit to things. So I call it the commitment pencil, which we're actually doing a commitment layer right here. And when we use these pencils, we can kind of like flip flop. So we can kind of be like, okay, I'm going to commit to it, and then go and do a finalized layer on top. It makes them 20% cooler. Can literally use anything for art, yeah. Now, I have done a lot of different materials. I used to be mainly a digital artist. That's the kind of the crazy thing. Now, what got me into traditional art was actually kind of a strange circumstance. I used to do everything on like Photoshop and Painter X and stuff like these programs, right? And the thing was, then I had my computer a long time ago. I had a nice Alienware laptop, and it broke. My laptop broke on me, right? And so then it basically forced me, because I didn't have enough money to get another one. It basically just forced me to just start drawing traditionally, and then ever since then I just kind of got hooked. And I haven't really done too much digital art in a long time. I used to do a lot of traditional art, but now I primarily do digital. Now I think about it, no, I have actually done some fairly recently, a couple months ago. I do have an iPad, and I've been messing around with like the animation flip a clip. It's this free program called Flip a Clip, and you can use it and practice animation and stuff like that. We're gonna go with these bars actually. Go a little bit more in this time. There really isn't anything like traditional art though. I should return to it. Yeah, it's fun. I kind of like it. Just it's kind of weird to say this, but I'm actually faster drawing traditionally. I think it's just because you're kind of just limited, kind of the limitation. But it's also kind of like a double-edged sword in some ways, right? Because there are a lot of things where I was actually faster traditionally. Digitally. The one thing I will say, I miss. The biggest tool that I miss from digital art is the ability to use the clipping thing, like the little clipping thing, and you could clip, like say I wanted to make this book smaller, I could just like clip it and then just make it smaller right there. That's the one thing I really, really miss about digital. I really, really miss that. And so now we're gonna, this is actually a good example of what we kind of do, is if you can see, there's actually so I generally start with this pencil, and we do a quick little like kind of layer on that one, and then what I do is then I erase this one, and check it out, then the green layer is left. And then for some reason that green pencil, it's like made out of this weird wax stuff, and the green pencil stays, but the top layer can be erased. But this is actually why people don't like this pencil though, because you can't erase them. But and then what I do then is I go into another layer with the other pencil. Which maybe I might just make this like a spirit bike. I kind of like doing that. Like last character I did, I just made it like a spirit bike, and I didn't even go into that. I just kind of like made it like this faint looking thing. That's what we might do on this one. I used to love animating and flip a clip. Still have the animations on my old phone. Yeah, I have some. I still have them as well. Flip a clip's cool. Maybe I should start messing around with it again. But man, animation's hard. Holy moly! Anybody out there that does animation? Like, especially like it's so crazy. Like seeing like the old school like '90s anime. Bro, they put so much work into that, man. It's like, I feel like a lot of people don't actually realize how long sometimes it just takes to make a single frame of some of those like old anime, like traditional animes from like the 90s and stuff like that, which I'm heavily inspired by that stuff. I really like the style of the old animes. Yes, that's why traditional scares me now, having to commit. I know the transform tool, that's what it's called. Yeah, the transform tool. Now, should I go into this bike? I think we are. But I also kind of like just having it just like kind of like this now. It's kind of funny. I think we might just have it like that. We might just have it like a spirit bike. Like the spirit bike we did the other day. Just put little stars. The spirit bike. Like he's just summoning it out or something. No, I kind of just want to ink it out, but man, it's already taken this long. So the other thing is the inking pens that I use. I've been using these ones, the Microns. I used to use this different pen. I don't know where it is at the moment, but it wasn't until I took class in high school I was able to understand half of what I was doing. Animation takes so long. Even just emotes and alerts on Twitch, I couldn't imagine taking a feature film, let alone a short film. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I guess that's kind of why there was like, there'd be like the people and they would do like the keyframing, and you would do the keyframing and then they outsource all of the kind of in the middle of the keyframes, which I guess that's kind of what like that Studio Ghibli guy, Hayao Miyazaki, does, right? He's like kind of the one, he puts in the keyframes, and then he has all his little cohorts and little, you know, people doing all this stuff in between. We're going to put this verse right up in here. Put a Bible verse in here. I don't know if I am going to finish that bike out. I kind of like it, just kind of like, you can faint see it. We're going to put Proverbs 28:1 in here. This one we're actually going to write in here, though. So we're looking at Proverbs 28:1. Bring out the Bible, everybody. Now, I will be honest, I wish there was more like Christian animation stuff. You would think that there would be like a vast majority of like gnarly Christian games, Christian entertainment, Christian 90s animation look, but I mean, I know there are some like Bible ones, and I know like Trigun. The guy that made Trigun, he's Catholic. Some people have said that the dude that made Evangelion, there are some like Christian connotations in Evangelion. Proverbs 28:1. Where's Proverbs 28:1? This is the verse we're putting in there, everybody. If you have your Bibles, you can turn into this page right over here. We're going to be writing this verse right here. The wicked flee though when no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. The very first verse I remember memorizing. And why is this video paused? What's this? This one. That's this guy. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, we're writing this first now. Almost got sidetracked. Let's write this verse, everybody. Now, for some reason, I don't know, it's weird. I can't write in a straight thing, so I always like turn the page like this. And that's how I write for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, so to put it right here. I'll write right there. Okay, let's see here. Hopefully it fits in here. I'm pretty sure it will. wicked flee. Have you guys ever seen a handwritten Bible? So I've been told, actually not I've been told, I saw a documentary actually last night. It was on, I think it's called Medieval Madness on YouTube. He said that like there used to be believers and it was a profession and they would write Bibles and it would take them 1 year to finish the entire Bible. Like I think it's pencil, ink, and ornating it, but it would take them 1 year to write that thing, which is crazy to think about, right? And it's so crazy that right now we just print millions and millions of Bibles just like right off the press, When no one pursues. Comma. But the right she O-U-S are bold as a lion. Are bold as a lion. Now, should I write at the top or at the bottom? I might write at the bottom. I guess we'll write at the... That's kind of what I kind of get mixed up to. I don't know if I should write it up here or down here. I think we'll write it at the top. There you go, a little bit more room up there. Proverbs 28:1. Ow, my hand hurts for some reason. Okay, let's go for it. Put this thing up in here. Let me put some little lines in here so it kind of looks like the Bible. And we actually missed a page. So I know like the Bible kind of looks like this. Like the two sections. So if you guys ever draw a little Bible, I feel like that's how I draw them. Or like I had the little words, even though I can't put words in there, What do we watch? Oh, this is Pedal. We could actually watch this. There's no copyright to this. You do the same when you write? Okay, everybody. Holy moly. I always feel like these drawings take me a long time, but... Where's that green pen? There it is. We're gonna put a signature right down here. I'll just do it in green. I might put another peace sign right there, because we got one right there.
I'm wondering, should I do the bike? I don't know if I am. Oh my goodness, we're already at 6 hours. That's crazy. I wanted to get this done in 5 hours, but not 5 hours for the drawing. I think it's taken 2 hours, or it's actually maybe taken 3 hours to do this one. It's weird because I feel like last week I was doing these drawings like really fast because I feel like if I'm on like just a really short deadline, I actually draw faster. I'm gonna put a little bit of orange in here for the flames. Let's block the flaming arrows. I almost kind of want to erase, see how this bike's kind of like this? I might erase just this tail, just so it's kind of like, it kind of looks like that, but over here. Let me just go in with it right here. And that's actually weird. I haven't really messed around with that. Like having kind of it like go from this into the line work. I haven't really messed too much into that, but now I'm kind of intrigued. Let me change this. I feel like this video does not do it justice on the unless we listen to the lyrics. Okay, everybody, we're about done up in here. I am tired. I should have got this done an hour ago. It's okay. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to put on the wooden thing and call it a day. So we do use these things. This is where I put the drawing so we can get a thumbnail. Man, this one's cringy. I'm going to be honest. That's how a lot of these drawings end up. I just like think, I'm like, man, that thing is cringy looking, but sometimes how I think about it now is I just go, okay, well, we just have to go through the cringe to get to the good ones, I guess. Let me erase some of this construction lines up in here. You can still see that box that we did. It's pretty crazy. We also do have I forgot I have a squirrel tail. Clean this off a little bit. Okay. Holy moly, this one was gnarly. You guys have witnessed the cringe of this drawing. I'd like to say that probably 2/3 of the drawings that I draw, I end up looking at them the next day. I'm just like, oh man, that's cringy. And we also have this bent paper right here. Unfortunately, I don't know if I could fix that, but I was erasing it and I bent the paper, man. Darn. Oh well. Let me turn off all the doodads right now. So we're going to turn off image slideshow, BMX video. We're going to do this one. We're going to do the text, the chat. Let me put on a different song up in here and we'll get the thumbnail, everybody. And then maybe we can raid somebody, hopefully, maybe, if anybody's watching this. Let's see here. Okay, everybody. Man, if you guys tuned in, holy moly, I apologize if I said anything wrong. I don't even know if I'm doing any of this stuff right. But I'd like to think hopefully we can try and give God glory somehow. So if you guys want some close-ups, kind of go into it. I like to put little seeds because it reminds me of Luke 8:11. Now the parable is this: the seed is the word of God. I'd like to think we're kind of trying to depict a little bit of the armor of God: helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, boots of the gospel of peace. That's why I put a peace sign right there. Sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Shield of faith, by which we can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. But then also thinking about Proverbs 28:1. The wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Kind of thinking about the Paladin class, and how the Paladin gets the mount. And yeah, some of the close-ups we got in here. Man, let's count the crosses. We have 1, 2, 3. We got 3 crosses in here in this one. Yeah. 3 crosses in this illustration. Doesn't even actually seem like that many crosses. I might put a lot more. And that's how I get the thumbnails, by the way. So I go like this. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then if you guys were interested on how I do the thumbnails for the streams and the YouTube things, so what I do is I just set it right here, right? And then I do the count, and then I go back onto my highlights, and I take the snipping tool on the computer, and I do a snipping thing of this, and then I just go onto 3D Paint on the computer, and I just put the little title thing of the Bible studies and stuff like that. Oh yeah, and by the way, the other thing, if anybody else is watching, we also do that. I made this like little wooden thing, and I do the clip things like this, because when I take a picture of it, especially see how this one is like bent up, if I don't clip it right here, sometimes the paper like bends up, so I use this like clipping method to get a kind of a more flat thing. I can't even talk right now. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Man, the music I was humming actually was Zelda. That's actually funny that you actually caught on to that. Now let's see, how many people are watching? Okay, there's 3 people. Maybe we can rate some. Video producer. Let me see who's live right now. Following. Let's see who is live. I guess we can raid. Let's see here. Since all you guys are believers, it seems, we're going to raid another believer then. We will raid Mount Moriah. That is who we're going to raid, okay? So we'll raid a channel, and we're going to help out Mount Moriah. Mount Moriah. She's playing Minecraft right now. And we're going to raid Mount Moriah's channel at the moment. And you could ask Mount Moriah, a bunch of Bible questions. She knows a lot about the Bible, and she's also very good at evangelism. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, I'm starting to read now, and thank you everybody for tuning in. To God be the glory, and continue to try your best and have fun. Okie dokie. 3 people. Alrighty then. Let's see here.
Oh, Jamie, hi. Rave. Woo. It's a Jamie rave. Rating with a party of 3. Come on. What's up, brother? How was your stream? What have you been drawing? What have you been crafting? What have
Let
you
go.
been learning on your bike and whatnot? Talking about the Bible. I know you do Bible studies. They're pretty awesome. The ones that I've attended anyways. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Yep, holybible. House. Bothering me.
Seals those up in a minute.
Bambina. Kayla. Hello, Kayla. What up? Thank you for the follow, sister or brother. Brother, sister.
Okay, now it's time for me to end this stream. I wonder what happens if I stop the stream right now.
We're just like working on the houses.
I'm wondering.
Well, I like this is like staircase to your
I
house.
guess I can just end it, I think.